Hey y'all, sorry. Hey everybody. Please teach it. Okay, can I do a PSA? Do y'all mind if I do a PSA real quick and vent just a little bit to y'all? This is to the mothers and fathers that have boys under the age of 18. Do y'all mind? Do not ruin your sons by letting them sit up on a damn video game all day eating snacks thinking that somebody gonna take care of him. Life is not a game. And it's some piss poor ass little boy, excuse my language, but I'm upset, out in this world that expect a woman to take care of them while they puff their chest out and scratch their balls. Ain't nobody got time for that. It is not a woman's responsibility to take care of you while you play video games and try to make, like, where do these people come from? And who, as a mother, thought that was okay to let that happen? To the point where your raggedy tail son becomes somebody else's responsibility. And then you have the nerve to keep encouraging somebody to date him. Girl, no, you dating. Ain't good for nothing. Nobody got time to be dealing with your grown kid. And then they want to puff their chest out and act. You ain't doing nothing. What you doing? Anytime a woman got a struggle and got a whole piece of penis in her house, you tripping. And the only reason I did it for 5 years, babe, is because I was married. But believe me, after the first year, I said, oh yeah, this ain't my life. This ain't my life. This is not my life, baby. The men in my family get up and do what they supposed to do, baby. They're not sitting on no video games waiting on no woman to take care of them. I tell you that. Puffing their chest out online, talking to your homeboys. Nigga, do something with yourself. Barely want to work, barely want to do anything, and then want to talk about what you deserve. You deserve nothing. You don't get no praise for being nothing. And quit talking to me about your raggedy ass mama, because she raggedy. She tired of taking care of you, so she push you off on somebody's daughter. Raggedy. You raise a good daughter. For him to try to use her, get your raggedy tail on somewhere. And it's some raggedy helpers out here too. You ain't adding nothing but ass to a man's life and think he about to go on somewhere. Hell, can lay a wig but can't make a cornbread. Gone. I spoil my kids right, and that's why don't nobody want to deal with them. Can't problem solve, can't forecast the future, can't do nothing, but they know everybody business, always somewhere they ain't got no business, and ain't never got nothing to add to nobody's life but drama and chaos. Can't lay a wig but can't boil water, can't wash your ass good. I'm trying to tell you. From what I heard, quit raising piss poor children that don't add nothing to nobody's life but craziness. They can tell you all the business, but can't tell you how much a chicken is. How to make it stretch for more than 3 days. Hell, how much the damn bills is. Because you didn't teach them how to manage their money and or plan no bill. You didn't teach them nothing. Don't let them do nothing. An hour a day on that game. But did you learn how to use a hammer, son? Did you go out there and check my air pressure? Do you know how to check the oil? Do you know how to stop a leak in the bathroom? Can you go unclog the garbage disposal? Do you know how to take out the trash properly? They fly but can't do nothing. You said, oh man, my kids be making food and saving and all that. They even tell me things. I'm glad you, come on. Want to push your raggedy tail kid off on somebody and they don't add nothing but crazy. No. And for the parents that did take the time to teach them and teach their kids how to be not just a good person, but a good spouse and parent, they got to deal with your raggedy tail. Girl, listen. Teach a child in the way that they should go, and it'll never depart from them. I have 4 children, soon to be ages 28, 26, 23, and 22. Am I a perfect parent? Hell no. But you know what I do get almost every single day? One of my kids call me and tell me how an older person is coming to tell them and ask them, who raised you? You must have been raised. You was raised right. Who? You was raised by your grandma? They said, my mama. How old is your mama? 44. Really? Every day. From one of them. They add to every single situation they go into. And I'm not bragging. I'm telling you, I prayed every day and asked God to help me to mold my children into good husbands, wives, mothers, fathers, all of that. People. Not just cute, not just super educated and snooty. No, good people that had an eye to recognize when you needed to use God in the situation or you needed to be kind. And it's so many people that do not care how their children's lives affect others. It is mind-blowing. And then have the nerve to get an attitude and your baby is a hellion. And you made them that way. Made them good for nothing. They don't know how to change a tire. Can't cook. Can't manage a checkbook. Don't know how. I mean, it's my, like, what did you do with them for 18 years? You had 18 years. Hey, Siri. How many days are in 18 years?
18 years is 18 years.
No. How many days are in 18 years?
It's 6,574.36 days.
You had 65, almost 6,600 days with this individual. What in the hell did you do with it? What? 6,574 days. What'd you do with it? Even when my kids were away from me, living with my mother, I still parented my children. Ain't no different from somebody going to war. You gonna get your life together. So even when they weren't with me, I was still parenting from miles and miles away. Teaching them about their conduct and how you treat people. And don't be a thief and all of these crazy things. And then, like, The fact that my children have to teach people 2 and 3 times their age, 7 years older than them, basic skills is mind-blowing to me. You will be held accountable for what you do or do not put into your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren. Do you know that? That's a part of your judgment too. Whole lines of people got destroyed because he said, "Won't nothing ever come out of this line ever again." Nothing. It ain't even a long lost nothing. They not even gonna remember your lineage. Is that what you want God to do to your children and your children's children because you don't teach them his ways and his laws? And I'm not talking about church. I'm talking about how to be an addition to a person's life in more than one way. It's not always going to be financial, but do you have the information? Do you have the emotional skills to help me through whatever it is? Like, what do you add to my life? If you don't raise a peaceful child, they become held to somebody else. Yes or no? Hello? Hello? If you let your child be dishonest with you and you cover it up, they then become a liar to their spouse and their job and everyone else. Do they not? I'm sorry to hear that, T. If you let them steal it from the kitchen and you don't reprimand them, what do they do? What do they do? They go from stealing in your kitchen out of your pantry or touching stuff they're not supposed to taking stuff out the store and taking out stuff out of other people's house. Do they not? Stealing from people at school. Is this not how it happens? If you allow them to talk crazy to you, they go to school and think they can talk crazy to who? Oh. It starts at home. That's why the Bible say, well, not the Bible, excuse me, the saying is, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Which means what you put in a child from their youth will then affect the rest of that child's life and everybody in it. Ever had a coworker that's always got a problem, but their problem is they always trying to get out of their work? Anybody? But they always running back and forth to the office trying to tell on somebody else. Sometimes it ain't even that they weren't raised to have work, do hard work. They weren't taught how to work in community. And so if they're not going to be the best at it, or they can't get recognized because you praise them for things that are not praisable, then they think everybody else, oh, well, if they don't tell me this, I'm not going to do it. Well, don't do it. You ain't heard nobody but yourself. I'm learning a skill. They ain't got to praise me. I want them to teach me. You have an obligation to train your children on how to be productive citizens, on how to be a good wife, a good husband, and a good parent. It is your job. If you do not instill it in them when they are young, it is almost impossible for them to get it. God is great. Ain't nothing impossible with God. So then you make a problem for other people. And what your child creates is emotional instability. For others. Emotional insecurity. Because they know they're not enough. That's why they're always telling somebody else's kid or parent that they're not enough, but they do nothing. There's always an excuse as to why they can't, but they'll tell you how you're not doing something right. And you did that as a parent. How you treat your children, they expect the world to treat them like that. So don't be surprised don't say never. God can work it out. But you have to understand, you don't want your kids to be a burden to somebody else. And I'm talking about in their adult years. They can be a burden before that. But you don't want your children to be a burden to nobody. And then people say, oh, my kids don't got to go nowhere. No, that means you need to train them how to act out in public, out at school. My mama used to tell me all the time, everybody ain't going to treat you the way I treat you. Now, that could be bad or good. But even in whatever with that, you have got to teach they not only going to be with you. Don't no teacher have to let them hit them. No doctor, no coach. Nobody has to deal with your child's disrespect. And when you allow them to disrespect you, then they think they can disrespect. And some people will go on and take a case and hit that kid in the mouth like they don't care. Your kid swing on me, I'm about to knock your kid out. Period. I don't disrespect kids now, but I won't be disrespected by a kid either. You have a responsibility. The Bible didn't say train up a child in the way that he should go and it'll never depart from him for no reason. Sometimes you gotta do the stuff you don't want to do as a parent. It's not about making your kid happy. It's about teaching them, because if you don't teach them, they're going to be very unhappy. And as you can see, there's a lot of unhappy people on this planet. And they don't even sometimes make it to 18, 19, 20, 21 before they don't even want to be here no more. Giving your kids everything that they want and letting them have their way is not the best thing. You don't have to beat them and abuse them, but you can teach them. And you can reprimand them. And it will be life lessons. Y'all already know it's a whole scripture in Ezra for the parents that didn't make their kid, they let their kids offend people with their mouth and do whatever they want to do. It's a whole punishment for that. CERCA, they don't answer my calls, only answer when they need me. Listen. I told y'all I got a kid that ain't talking to me still. We all in the family group chat and she ignores everything I say. What you gonna do? She'll comment when she wants to comment. I let her have it. Because listen, I'm not about to stress myself out over no person. But I don't like when I see people that don't raise their kids right. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It don't make me feel good. It make me want to throw chop the parents. Because you making everybody else deal with your problem. You look stressed out and overwhelmed with them. Why are you trying to push them off on somebody else? And it's all because when they was little, you let them have their way. I didn't play that. Because life is not like that. You cannot go and just say whatever you want to people. You cannot take stuff if it does not belong to you. You don't get it's Moving on. That was my rant and my PSA for the day. Don't raise no raggedy kids. End of PSA. Don't. It is amazing how many life skills the children born in the last 20, 30 years do not have. Do you hear me? I'm serious. They don't know how to find the information. Simple things, like if they don't got a microwave, they don't even think to warm food up in the oven. They'll just sit there and not have nothing. This is a real thing. Well, there's no microwave. It's the oven. Well, what was I going to do with that? Take the food out of the microwavable thing and put it on the pan and put it in the oven? Baby, what's your mama name? Okay. Listen, you can't tell nobody who they think they know everything. Listen. I will put you to the test. I'm trying to tell you. Even my friends. I don't just hang around with people because I like hanging around with them. There's gonna be a benefit. Or else why is we hanging out? And I don't mean money. Most of my guy friends had a skill that I wanted to learn. Anybody that was around me, it was something I could teach you and something you could teach me. Or we didn't hang out. I didn't have a lot of mindless conversation, just talking about what's going on with the stars and all. No. Well, what else do you want to think about? And I did this with my children. My grandkids will be 18 next month and found the recipe last night, and it was fire. He can cook. Okay. Your grandson. Okay. Listen. You said being dumb on their smartphone will scroll their life away and won't Google how to do nothing that will help. That. But they fly though. They fly. The hair is nice, everything. But how many of you would trust sending your kid 11 to 15 or 16 in the store with a grocery list, and you know they'll come out with not one extra dollar spent of what it is that you told them to go in there and buy? I'm trying to teach my lady ones as I've been learning here, and it's been frustrating, but I'm not giving up, even though it feels like it sometimes. It don't gotta be if you live it, they'll do it. Just live it. Kids mimic what you do. You want to know how I know? Because my kids is begging for my cast iron skillets, and they want certain pans. They want this and that, because I need to be able to know I need to make it in there. They do what you do. They do what you do. Don't say it. Do it. And let them see it. That's it. Hell, I can't do that myself. I get in there and don't know how to act up. Just live it. My oldest daughter came over today and said, you know, generation don't know nothing but technology. Interesting. My 11-year-old, but she would throw some candy. Interesting. Listen. Right, my youngest boy wanted my mother's cookbooks when they were made. I've memorized. So you memorized all of them, so you gave them. Okay. I told him. This is the thing. I'm not asking to be funny. I'm being serious. How many of you could trust your children to get your debit card, EBT, whatever, give them a list between 11 and 16, send them in the grocery store, and have them come out, and you know for a fact they're not going to touch nothing extra. They're going to get everything that you would have got, and if they have a problem, they're going to call. You said you can, Kim. Good job. You can. Okay. You can, Rika. Come on. Because I can't trust my son. Okay. You can. Good job. Anybody else? You can. Okay. Young parents, if your kids ain't up to 11, you need to pay attention to this. I do it with my 15-year-old. I always tell them what they're going to do if the technology. Yeah. Okay. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Okay. To those of you that cannot, start working on it. My oldest is 7, and we aren't there yet. It's okay. That's why I said 11 to 16. I gave a specific age, and there's a reason for that. Because about 11 is when they be wanting to spend money on their own. 10, 11, they will start wanting to go with their friends and have money and all of that kind of stuff. Going to the skate parties and going to ice cream after whatever and all of that. That's why I use that age. Because you're not going to let your 7-year-old go in the store by themselves. But 11, they can run in and run out. Depending on their mind, you know, how you've done what you've done with them. Right? Like Dollar General. And you sitting right there. So they're not, you know what I'm saying? Can you send them in there to get what they need and come back out? These are skills. For real. That they're people that are 25 years old do not have. 23. 40. My kids beg to go to the store, so I let them. They need The freedom. And, yeah. Because how they, baby, listen, I was 23 with 4 kids, and it blew my mind how many of my homegirls didn't, like, well, not, they became friends. But when I met them, they didn't even know how to grocery shop. If it wasn't already in a box cooked where they just had to heat it up, they babies wasn't gonna eat unless they went to like McDonald's or something. I'm talking about. Never thought I would see this in my life. Oh Lord, a black girl that didn't know how to fry chicken. I said, "Are you dipping that chicken in water with no seasoning on it?" She said it's double battered chicken. Now we 19 with 2 kids. Both got our own place. She invited me over for dinner. I said, well, okay, so what you making now? So what you do? She said, you dip it in the water. No, you dip it in the flour, you dip it in the water, and then you dip it back in the flour and you fry it. This was a black girl. She didn't put not 1 ounce of seasoning or nothing on it. And I said, I don't think that's gonna be right. That was the worst chicken I ever had in my life. And I'm not joking. I said, you got 2 children. Then she gave me the corn, and I'm like, okay, how long did you cook it for? You didn't put no butter, no salt, no sugar. She just dumped it out the can. She said, oh, you're supposed to cook it, baby. I clearly took that plate from my son and was like, I'm going to go home. Dry. I said, baby, look. Mental note, make sure my kids can cook. For real. She didn't even cook the corn. I said, God. And about 13 years later, I went and visited her, stayed at her house for a while, and same thing. Her oldest was like 14. And when we left, she said, those gourmet meals you've been getting, yep, you're going right back to noodles and hot dogs. Baby, okay. And when her daughter got old enough, when she got her own place, she called me for like 3 months every day. Okay, TT, what do I need to go to the store and buy? What do I get? How do I use it? What do I need to do? The whole 9. In real life. And I'm just saying, like, it just makes you see that people be so concerned with what everybody else is doing, or a whole bunch of stuff, and then their kids just grow in age, but they haven't learned anything, not anything of value. And that's a sad thing to say, for real, that you had 6,600 days basically with an individual and you taught them nothing that was going to be beneficial for other people that come in contact with them. That sucks. A lot. End of PSA. So, we're going to be in Revelations today. I'm sorry, y'all, but I had to get that out because you gotta do better as people. Your children are a reflection of you, every part of them. And you cannot get mad that other people don't want to deal with the problem and the part of you that you don't even want to deal with. You haven't addressed it in you, and so when it come out in your kid, you try to protect them when you know that it needs to be dealt with at that time, but you haven't dealt with it with you, so then you can't deal with it with your kid because you don't want to see it in yourself. Am I wrong? This is why a lot of children, they get abused, their parents never address it because they haven't addressed themselves being abused. Like, it's that whole we just don't talk about it, it's whatever it is type deal. Deal with it with you so that you can deal with it in your children, so that whatever that seed is that is going to cause more problems later, it needs to be pruned out early, and you don't have to beat it out of them. You can live it in front of them, and then they just won't want to do it. There's all type of exercises I did for my kids. They didn't even realize what was going on, but there was a seed that I saw, and I'm like, oh, gotta prune that out. So I didn't just start yelling, saying you can't do this, you can't do that. I started doing exercises, like just different things, different examples of things, and so that they could get it on their own. I didn't have to yell in their face. I would just create certain situations that taught the lesson. That's what I meant to say. Do you hear me? So we might go into certain neighborhoods or go where I know that there's going to be a lot of people that they are not used to seeing. I let them deal with racism early. I let them deal with, because you are going to come in contact with this when you're not with me. And I need you to make it home. Do you hear me? So the rebellion that my 14-year-old is giving is something that I'm doing or haven't dealt with. This is a serious question because the 5 kids before him I never had problems with. It might not be something necessarily that you're doing right now, but were you a person that always went against the rules? Heck no. You said heck no, just had to sit down with the 17-year-old about her smart response that my husband is okay with, but I'd be ready to snatch her up about it because she is my stepdaughter. Her parents are totally different, that part. Just don't invite me to dinner anymore, please and thank you. Don't feed that to anyone. Oh, that part. Oh, yeah. So it could be a number of things. But remember I told you okay, I can only talk to you from who, can I give you CERCA at 12 or 13? Do you want to hear? And I can tell you why I was leaving. I didn't go against the rules, but as a teen, I was very angry because of not living with my mom okay. So you just answered the question. I first, my mom kept threatening for me to go somewhere else, right? But she was the whole cause of me acting out. Because I come home and you treat me like crap, but you expect me to stay here. But then when I get out in front of people, you expect me to act like everything is normal, but I got a whole beautiful bed upstairs. You making me sleep downstairs where it's like flooded and all of this old stuff, but then I'm supposed to get outside and act like whatever. She'll be one way in the house and one way outside. And so then because she's spinning a narrative that wasn't true, but it made her look like everybody's like, oh, your daughter ran away again. Oh no, what can we do, sister such and such? They don't know she just choked me up last night, and that's why I left when she went to sleep, because I want to live. Do you see what I'm saying? Threatening to do all kind of crazy, like, you weird. Like, do you want me here or not? Kids know, and I'm not saying this is a situation. My family always talked about my mom, and I didn't like that my mom was close. Got it. Right. False reality, monster in the house, great person in public. I'm trying to tell you what it is. So that's why I left, because I got tired of living a lie. I'm like, well, if you say I'm doing all this stuff, chop, chop, let me get to it. Because I wasn't doing none of it, but she was accusing me of everything. And so that's why I did not accuse my kids. I said, are you doing these things? Not, I know you doing. No, what are you doing? Are you still a virgin? Are you drinking? Are you smoking? What are you doing? So we can talk about it. Because sometimes kids be trying to hide. Sometimes they feel like they can't talk to you. In real life. Sometimes they feel like if they tell you something, you're going to tell everybody. Or, there's a lot of reasons that our children cut off from us. Now, sometimes it's that they selfish and they just want to spend whatever reality they want to. But for the most part, if a kid don't want to be at home, unless somebody else then got in their head, it's probably an issue that they want to talk to you about and they can't. That's a lot of times what it boils down to. That they don't feel like you're receptive. You know what I'm saying? To what they have to say, maybe about your parenting, maybe about living conditions. It'd be a lot of stuff. You hear me? It'd be a lot. And I think that we just need to be more open with our kids. That's what I think. I think a lot of parents forget that they don't know everything, that they're still trying to figure out life. And I think that sometimes we are not vulnerable in that area to tell the kids, I really don't know. A lot of people are not vulnerable with their children. Hey, Pumpkin, they not. But you have to be. Because the devil is going to bring the same things that he brought to you to your children. This is how the generational curses start. So if you are not vulnerable, if you haven't paid attention to the 12 patriarchs, these are all letters that they wrote before they died. What did they do? They talked about the good things in their life that they did, and they talked about the bad things in their life. I love when you give parental advice. As a young mother, this helps me raise my kids better. Oh, Pumpkin Bud, TT, love you. And I don't be trying to tell nobody how to parent, but if I know something work, baby, I'm telling everybody about it. You hear me? And when I get the praise that I get from my kids' bosses, their friends' parents, people they work with now, because they're old enough. My son almost 30. It makes me excited. Because there was a lot of people that gave your TT hell about the way I was raising my kids and the things that I invested into them. But I literally see the produce. I can see the product. I can see it. And I get my flowers. My cousin will tell you all the time. And I'm not saying because I was a perfect parent, because I wasn't. But I prayed every day, God, help me make them into who you want them to be. Not me, you. I've always been like that with my kids because I feel the world not going to sugarcoat them. So I try not to, but I will stop accusing him of things. Oh! Put your arm up. Paint you. Not you didn't turn into Lucifer for him. That was a joke. Don't. Lucifer is the accuser. Did you see that? You know they're going to do it, don't you? You know they're going to do it. You know they're going to do it. Don't be that. See? You got to give people room to change. Even your children. They need the most room because they're figuring out life. Can I ask you a question? Me and my cousin talk. She don't feel good. I would call her. This is the thing, family. They're in training. How long have you been out of training? And this is to all of us. And you still don't get certain stuff. Anybody in here got something they be so sad they keep failing at it? And I'm talking about like a spiritual aspect of whatever it is. You keep falling into the same hole, or you keep picking up something God tell you not to pick up, and even when you say you're not going to do it no more, you go back. Yes? Anybody else? Yes? Can you put your age after you do that? After you say yes, how old are you? 24, 35, 52, 27, 35, or 52, or 46, 35, okay, 53, 46, yes, and I think my kids, okay, 29, 34, 30, 62, 33, 54, 57, 52, 56, 42, 54, 49, 24, 36. It's starting to sound like some measurements in here now. I'm playing. Okay. So give people the grace you want at your old age. I say this to my cousin and the people that God has had me mentor all the time. How do you expect a kid to deal with something that you can't even handle? You didn't do nothing but go to school today. You didn't do nothing but go to work today. They had to walk around and deal with people they didn't want to deal with, that they don't like, to get under their nerves. They did the exact same thing you did. They had to deal with somebody that they don't even know being rude to them. They had to deal with somebody trying to make them feel like they're not good. They dealt with every single emotion that you did today. And that's why when you come home, there should be a meeting place somewhere during the day where y'all can talk about y'all day, and you'll start to realize that the devil attacked y'all all with the exact same thing. Boom. I'm about to go make me some coffee. Oh. He attacked you at work. He attacked your high schooler at 7 o'clock when they got on the bus. Then at 8, he attacked the kindergartner. Then at 9, when your middle schooler got on the bus, he just ran through the family real quick. So the same spirit can then come home and start tearing up the house. What happened? I don't want to talk about it. What happened? I don't want to talk about it. Oh, okay, good. That spirit can keep running through there. Can I ask y'all a question? Since we on this, because I was going somewhere else this morning. This was supposed to be a PSA, but God know what he doing. Let me ask you a question. If you got dinged $1 out of your checking account every time that your child was offensive, even up into adulthood, and you had to pay for their offenses, do you think we would have so many adults that we do that don't respect other people? Or that add nothing? Or that only take? If you had to pay for that every time that your adult child, or do you think we would have as many crazy folks as we got right now running around? Well, the crazy thing is, it's going to cost you something. You realize a lot of parents is going to be in hell just because they didn't control their kids. And I don't mean control them like dogs. I mean teach them the life lessons that God said that you're supposed to teach them. Came in and you spitting facts. Hey, Pumpkin. Hey. Some people, it's cost them their children. Some children, it's cost them their parents. How many people have been unalive because their kid is unruly? They've been attacked because of their child. Their child starting drama. They child keep up chaos on the internet, wherever. It's a lot of parents that are not physically here anymore because of their children. And it's a lot of children that ain't here no more because their parent didn't do what they were supposed to do with them. What does the Bible say about feet that are swift to run to to injustice, or to sin, to mischief? What's it say about that in the Bible? Feet that are quick to run to mischief. What's it say? What's the scripture? I'll be right back. And I have to tell y'all, I was not, popping my own collar, but I understand prayer and asking God how to raise each individual child. And not all of them going to get it at the same time. But baby, that prayer worked. When you ask God to tell you how to teach them individually, yes, there's going to be group parts. But you're supposed to parent each one of your children individually. They all have different personalities. They all have different cognitive skills. They all have different skills, period. You have to learn. And so then it grows you. Because the object, a heart that creates wicked plans, feel that runs swiftly to evil. Okay. Right, but what's the rest of it? What happens? Do you hear me? Because you are just the incubator. He's the manufacturer. So you have to go to the manufacturer to get the manufacturer's manual. You see what I'm saying? You incubated them, you created them, whatever, but God manufactured them. And if you don't, that whole, oh, I'm going to go get my son, I'm going to go get my daughter, you could get your baby killed. Or if you Or one of the people, oh, I can go get my mama. Well, if your baby is out of order, you might be getting ready to lose your life because your baby is disrespectful. And then your other children have to suffer. It's okay for your boys to cry. It's okay for them to show emotion. God gave them tear ducts for a reason. It's okay to comfort your sons. Do not tell them to shake it off. If he is crying, pick him up and put him in your lap. Because when you don't, he will not be open to women's emotions. He will not be open to the comfort of a woman. So he will shut her out and tell her, ain't nothing wrong with me. And then go in his room and tear up his stuff. And after that, you know what happens? He starts hitting women because he don't have no control over his emotions, and he don't know how to pour out what he needs to pour out so that he can get better. All because you told him, suck it up, shut up, boys don't cry. Yes, they do. Did Jesus cry? Did David cry? Did Moses cry? Did Abraham cry? And they were some of the toughest men on the planet. A heart that deceives, wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush into evil, a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who stirs up conflict in the community. Is that not a lot of the kids that's going on and adults right now? Is that not what we see? Therefore, disaster will overtake him in an instant, and he will suddenly be destroyed without remedy. Oh, oh, oh. So when you let your baby have a evil heart, feet that are quick to rush to evil, they lie, and they stir up conflicts, then what's going to happen? You, right, right. You leave it in God's hands. You do. It's a real thing. And I'm not saying that life situations aren't going to happen. They will. But did you give them the tools, y'all? This is a big thing. Be the light in someone's path and not the dark tunnel. Come on, Keisha. And it all starts at home. How many people, when you have a bad day at work, you isolate yourself from your children? On those days, you don't cook. And you order out or say, y'all fend for yourself today because you had a bad day at work. I've been a working parent. I know how it go. I'm about to show you something though. Nobody ain't gonna answer. I don't have any kids, but I do that to my partner. Interesting. Oh, thank you for being honest, Queen. I'm about to show you something. You said, yes, I'm guilty. Thank you for telling the truth. It's a teaching moment. I'm about to show you something. Anybody else? Everybody else gonna be quiet? Okay. Got it. Okay. I said, have you ever come home from a bad day of work and isolated yourself from your children? Got them some food because you don't feel like being bothered because you had a bad day, and you go in your room and you zone out. Okay, we all have. This is what I'm trying to show you though. Look what God showed me a few years ago. Well, probably when my youngest two was about 6 and 7. Okay. The nights that I wouldn't isolate them and I would ask them to come into the kitchen with me and help me cook dinner so that I could talk to them about why I was frustrated, do you know that that opened up a dialogue? And this is how I found out that we all almost went through the same thing every day. Because they can tell I'm frustrated. So then when they up at this island or at the table, they're going to say, Mommy, what's wrong with you? You had a bad day? I did. Can I tell y'all about it? Well, Mommy, you know that my friend did that to me too. So it opens up this whole thing for them to show you, to show them that adults go through the exact same thing that they do at school. Sometimes they come home and tell you about their day and you're like, oh my God, I just went through this with my friend and she's 46. But do you see how you can take that and your frustration gonna come out as you chopping? But if they're at the table, somebody's gonna ask you, Mommy or Daddy, what's wrong with you? And then you can tell them because they deal with the little U's at school, and some of them deal with the big U's. As far as they teacher act just like whoever this person is, and is giving them the same problems. So it actually opens up a thing of, hey, y'all, Mom normally cook by herself, but can y'all help me today? Because I'm a little frustrated. Mom's day was kind of crazy. Can you get the vegetables? Can you get this? Can you get that? Guess what that's teaching them to do? When they get married and they have their children, when they're frustrated, they're going to ask their spouse or children to come in, comfort them, help them, and it opens up a space for dialogue. You see it? Because once they know you're irritated and don't want to be bothered, then that spirit is going to jump. No! If you pop off at one person, then they going to pop off at somebody. You pop off at your husband or wife. Then they going to pop off at a kid. You didn't even do what I told you to do, blah, blah, blah. And then it just goes through the house. But if you all can sit down in a communal space and everybody can talk about what happened today, or maybe if your kids are old enough, can I sit at the table and talk to y'all about my day while y'all cook and I watch y'all and walk y'all through it? Because Mom needs y'all to do it today. I can't. But I want to talk to y'all about what happened. Guess what you're teaching them too? How to handle problems when they start working. It's okay. You can do it you can do it with the grandkids or while they older. It's not too late. Unless they live out of state, invite your kids over. Hey, can y'all come over here and cook me dinner? Everybody, we all just gonna sit at the table. It can be on a Wednesday. You don't gotta be late. Y'all can make taco night. You said I needed more of this as a child. Listen. Cooking is a way to, like I said, open up the dialogue. Making dinner together if you can. If y'all have that time once or twice a week. Because then it takes the load off of you. You already don't feel like cooking, but you really don't need to spend no money. Have them come in and help you. I thank you. I'm going to start doing this to bridge the gap. Yeah. And let them make what they like. T, you got to go to the Goodwill or something and get you some cookbooks. Miss Rhodes, let them pick out, especially, girl, when I was getting food, honey, once them kids hit 11, they got to pick 3 meals a month that they was going to cook. Well, that's 9 meals I didn't have to cook in the whole month. And they went to the grocery store. I go with them, but get your stuff, put your stuff in this cart. That's going to be y'all meals, and then I get our house stuff, and then they had to know the budget of it and everything, and I budgeted that into, y'all not about to work me like no Hebrew slave. My son was young. You can use this plastic knife to cut up these eggs. We gonna grind them up with our teeth anyway. I don't care. Use your hands if you have to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But this is the thing. All of them. The little babies can do it. Grandbabies can do it. Girl, as soon as you can play in water, you cooking and cleaning in my house. Something. You can rinse some dishes. I'm going to put some bleach water in here, and you can dunk them in there and rinse them out, and dunk them in there and rinse them out till all the bubbles is off. Now throw it over there. I believe in working with children. It takes the load off of you. And it teaches them responsibility. You would not believe how many people think that they can lay up in somebody's house and do nothing all day. Don't add nothing but go in the refrigerator and eat, and baby. I start making my kids pay for stuff as soon as they start getting, allowance. I'm not buying your candy. You're going to buy it yourself. But I don't want to spend my money. Oh, okay. Well, you don't want no candy. Don't you have the money? Yeah. Okay, spend your money. If you want it, you have to spend your money to get it. You're not going to use my money and keep your money to yourself. What do you mean? I love this community. Y'all don't know how much this community helps me mentally. Listen, we out here to help each other. But there's a lot of tools that a lot of people, girl, listen. Y'all done seen the babies come in here. They grown now. Some of them 30. They be like, nah, yeah. She telling you. I was 27 telling her, look, they mama be sitting right there. And I be like, hey, she ain't going to tell you no more. I heard her. I said, but did you hear me? TT, I'm going. Oh, okay, because I'm not your mama. I'm about to grab you up in front of your mama. By your shirt. I'm trying to tell you. And I was only 27. They mamas be like 50. Baby, I don't. Yeah, okay. Some of them kids that came on TikTok, they like, yeah, I'll snatch you up in front of your mama in a minute. Especially if we cool like, I see the disrespect. You got a few times. A few. And then I'm going to be and grab you up. Hey, you better chill out. Did you hear what your mama said to you? Get up now, and don't make her have to tell you not one more time. Not once. Don't snatch away from me. I'm going to grab you tighter, crazy. That don't work. You said, thank you, TT. I don't play with kids. Now, it's a time. You ain't got to be militant on them all the time. But, baby, listen. Oh, yeah. I don't. And guess what? All them kids respect me. They be looking for me, and I be running from them. All the neighborhood kids, they be looking for me. And this is why I didn't even get to know none of these kids out here. Just a few, the trash one and the other one. But other than that, I didn't do it at this place. Because I'm tired of, I ain't going to say I'm tired of the kids, but I did my part. You see what I mean? It was a lot of parents that would come to me and say, hey, thank you for what you're doing with my kid. And I'm like, what am I doing? Oh, they been acting better. They not doing this. They not doing that. I'm like, oh, okay. You welcome. Because you can't come over here doing what you do at your house. It's not going to work. We don't walk on the furniture. We shoot. Baby, I done snatched so many kids down off a couch. What is you doing? Your feet belong on the floor. Let me see. Don't put no shoes and don't stand in my couch. Sit down. I don't care what your mama do. You won't stand. Your feet don't belong on my couch. Kids come straight from outside and touch the refrigerator, baby, I am gonna lose it. Did you wash your hands? No? Oh, okay. Well, then you need to not even touch my refrigerator. What is you doing? Well, my mom, I don't care what your mama let you do. Babe, you've been outside. You need to go wash your hands, and if you need to, wash your face. Get a paper towel and wipe your little dirty legs down because you've been outside rolling around. You're not about to just go in my refrigerator with no dirty hands. Is you crazy? And it's crazy how many grown adults you got to tell that. You can't come in from outside and go touching the handle of my refrigerator. What is wrong with you? I don't know. Did you slide your hand up the rail or don't do that. That's why I'm like, mm-mm. I don't even like people touching my light switches in my house. I will turn the lights on and off. Don't do that because I don't know if you. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. And I'm not the neatest person in the world. I have some stuff on the floor in my room, whatever. But certain stuff, mm-mm. If I don't care right now, I don't care right now. But I still don't want you touching my light switches and stuff. No, I don't care how. If there's a big pile of clothes in front of my door, right there by the closet, I don't care. I still don't want you touching my. Don't do that. No. Mm-mm. I didn't realize how many people don't wash their hands coming out the bathroom either. That's crazy to me too. You just touched all your parts, and then you're not gonna put no water on that. Okay. That's why I didn't like working in call centers. Because people be nasty. And then you gotta switch desk and you can't take your keyboard and stuff with you and you gotta use I used to be so mad. I don't even know how we got here. Moving on. So that being said, we've been on here 75 minutes. I'm gonna run to the restroom. But okay, I'm just gonna say this. Hopefully, this rant helped somebody. I don't even know why, but maybe we did need to talk about it today. Again, you see how when one person be going through something, it applies to everybody else. Not everybody, but a lot of the people's lives that's in the class, and it could only be two. But there's people with younger babies that don't, they babies haven't made it to that age. You're welcome, pumpkin. And then you see what I'm saying? The frustration be there, but the whole goal I want to say in marriage or anything, and some people are just completely lost causes. Some people are, but for the most part, smelling like outside that part. For the most part, if you can learn a different way to teach, the person will learn. But where your frustration, even in marriage, like there was a lot of things that my ex-husband learned from me. A lot. And so he wasn't all, I couldn't, the whole verbal learner thing, that wasn't working. So he learned by watching me. So I would catch him sneaking and doing the things the way that I do them. But when I would come back around so he could feel like he was macho, he would do it the wrong way. But he's also a person that's really only used to getting negative attention. Do you know what I mean? So it's always some drama concerning him, or somebody calling him and talking crazy, or he's in the mix of drama, chaos, and whenever his name is mentioned, it's some craziness going on. So then he gotta always be on this whole whatever. So positive correction, he didn't even receive it. He didn't even receive it. Like, I used to be like, bro, you said I think you right on that. No, listen. If you can think about your day, you can think about your week. You'll think about at least 5 people that's in your immediate circle that are only used to negative attention. They are not used to positive attention, and you can tell they're not used to positive direction. None of that. In positive instructions. Everything that they've been taught teaches them to crash out. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. And I will say that it can be a trying thing, but if you keep asking God, He will show you, and eventually you'll see it. It's a lot of trial and error, but it works if you use it. Devotionals is a great thing. Not your devotionals, getting them their own. Have them give you a page. And then you can use that as a teaching tool as well. But we have not been taught to problem solve. This generation and the generation, our generation and the kids after us, they're not taught problem solving skills. Think about it. They're not. They're taught to continually talk about the problem and rehearse it over and over and over and over, not look at how their decisions affect their life. When you go to therapy, I'm not saying that therapy is bad, because a lot of people do really well with therapy, right? But why do you have to go to them so long? If they're teaching you the skills, right, on how over time, therapy shouldn't need to be a thing. Do you see what I'm saying? Think about this. They say it takes half of the time that you are in a relationship to get over the relationship. So if you were in a relationship for 5 years, it takes about 2.5 years to completely get over that relationship. So in total, You spent 7 years thinking about and dealing with that relationship. You see what I'm saying? So, if you are dealing with issues and that issue is not in your life anymore and it's not a reoccurring thing that you have to keep experiencing, how long should you be talking about it? Unless you're using it as a teaching tool or to help someone else understand. My baby brother lashed out this morning, and it was a lot because he doesn't know how to properly control his anger. I needed this conversation today. Thank you. You're welcome, Pumpkin. Help him. Get him a journal, Mama. Get him a journal. And if he doesn't journal, get him some art supplies. He needs a way to express it. Cooking is a huge thing. Because a lot of people start, when they get in the kitchen, whether you're cooking or they're cooking, this is why I always, my kids, if I start cooking, well, somebody's going to come down and sit at the table. Sometimes they all end up down there. Because it became our meeting space, our watering hole. If they got in the kitchen and they just wanted to make something, I know, like a lot of times we cook if we're frustrated. They'll cook a big meal with a whole bunch of stuff. By the time they done, they not even hungry. But they don't feel that stress. And I'm not saying use food as a thing, but it is an outlet. And it provides a communal space, and it's teaching your kid a life skill, or your little brother, or whoever it is, you know. Find something that he likes. If he like Chick-fil-A, well, it ain't good for you, so make it at home. You want to make, I want to try to make this Chick-fil-A sandwich. You want to help me? We got to use the buttermilk. We got to go to the grocery store. This all opens up a space for you to talk. Ooh, have you ever tried that? What you think that tastes like? They gonna walk through there and act like they don't want to talk at first. And it might take a couple of times of you taking them. You know what I'm saying? But however you can get them talking and interacting, and then you just do more of that. You know how you have the parents, the kid only gonna eat chicken nuggets and fries? That's all they gonna eat. So then you have to find something else that they will eat. And you have to maybe only introduce it one thing at a time. It's the same thing with your relationships with your spouse. Because a lot of times you dealing with a broken child who did not get the tools that they needed to grow emotionally. That's why we going through the adolescent behavioral chart and all of that, because you will start to see it. Do you realize one of the main reasons that Jesus got crucified is because people weren't paying attention to the people that was supposed to be paid attention to? They was jealous because other people weren't listening to them. They didn't want to be included, and they started trouble everywhere they went. Maybe if they could have just sat down and had a real conversation outside of the group, they would have loved Jesus. But their identity was in the group, not individuality. You have to teach your babies, and sometimes you got to teach your spouse. It's okay to be an individual. It's okay to not be around your family. It's okay to not do everything you always been taught. Sometimes you got to do something different to get a different result. The goal is getting to the goal. However we got to get there, that's not the issue. Getting to the goal is. Now, some people, They always gonna run the opposite way, and you need to let them go play their own game over there by themselves. But most people, if you can figure out a way in, they will open up to you, and you can help change that person's life, whether it be your children, a person from the outside, whatever else. But most times, you're gonna have to be vulnerable first. You're gonna have to open up about something you failed at, or you didn't do well, or you're still working on, in order for that person to even feel like they can tell you where they don't feel like they're doing good, or where they're not, you know, achieving whatever it is that they're, you know what I'm saying? And nobody is perfect. You're not gonna get it on the first time. You're not. And most people aren't used to being supported. They don't even know what that feels like. To have somebody that's telling you something that is actually going to make your life better, or they're not downing you, they're actually trying to show you that you have a skill that you're not using. And not so that they can make money off of it, or take it from you, but so that you can use it for yourself. Because most people don't take the time to get to know you so that they can help you see your gifts, or help you see it's all about extracting whatever they can from you. And it's sad because it started with their parenting. Most people scared to step outside of what they know, what's comfortable. And they never get to experience life the way that they could have. And so then they be old and grouchy. Some of them young and grouchy. They don't want to see other people achieve their goals. Nothing. And that sucks, because it just sucks. This one I'm like, where did this come from? I forgot I had that wig on that day. So, that being said, I guess this is what we were supposed to talk about today. I really do want to get over here to Revelations, because something I was thinking about Enoch now, and so then I pulled this good old book out, and was looking through it and saw some stuff that was very interesting. You said, hey, that was me once, but I've grown up since then. Uh-oh. Auntie Lucille, didn't I tell you? You're the spicy auntie. You just prove my point every time. You prove my point every time. That you are a spicy auntie. You prove it. I know you used to be a hot tamale. I know it. I know you was. I can feel it in my bones. But you know what? This is the thing, y'all. Life is about learning lessons, and it's about helping other people learn lessons, and not being vindictive, but actually being able to prune your friends, your people, and be pruned. Sometimes it cuts when people tell you how they feel about you, or they, let you know that, you're not as big of an asset as you thought. But that gives you the opportunity to be a better asset, or more of an asset, or to be an asset at all. Just something God wants you to grow in, or at a place. You know what I mean? You've been here, He wants you to come up here. And climbing to a higher altitude takes patterned breathing, because you can pass out. It's a whole, you got to be trained to climb high altitude mountains and things like that, or places that have a higher altitude, and you got to be trained to do that. To not overwork yourself, to pace yourself. Everything is like that. Learning a new way to live can be challenging, but it'll never not be worth it. Y'all with me? And we all should be changing every day. Finding out something that we need to change. All right. So So I was looking around over in this Bible. Thank you to, I think Day sent me this. I don't know who did, but thank you. And I should have been looking through it more. It has a lot of the stuff that my other dictionary has, which is pretty cool. But I was thinking about something because we were talking about Enoch and Elijah, and also there was something that I found in this Bible, which is probably in the other King James, but they changed it in the NIV. Y'all want to know what it is? Did y'all sleep? So, oh girl, did you move your phone? I'm gonna show y'all something. So there it is. Okay. If you go to Revelations 13, verse 9 or verse 10 in the NIV, I'm about to show y'all something. I said, wait a minute. So in Revelations 13 and 10, it says, if anyone is to go into captivity they will go. If anyone is to be killed with the sword, they will be killed, right? But in this Bible, it says, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity, and he that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Y'all hear that? In here, it says if anyone is to be killed, they're going to be killed. But in here, it says whoever leads people into captivity is going to be in captivity, and whoever kills is going to be killed with the sword. Yes. Yes. I said, wait a minute. I said, wait. It says, if any man have an ear, this is in this Bible, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity, and he that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. That's not what this say. It's not. This says, if anyone is to go into captivity they will go. If anyone is to be killed with the sword, oh, well, that says with the sword that will be killed. But literally, hold on, wait a minute. Because they made it seem like even in the ERV, it's like, oh, if you're going to be killed by the sword, you're going to be killed by the sword. If you're going to be led into captivity, you're going to be led into captivity. Wait a minute. That's not what this says. It says the person that's leading people into captivity is going to be in captivity, and he that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. And this is during Revelations. I'm like, wait a minute. So why they change that? It says if anyone is to be killed with the sword, they will be killed with the sword. That's not what it says. It says if they're to be killed, they're going to be killed. But this says if they kill, then they have to be killed with the sword. If anyone is to be killed with the sword they will be killed. This one says if they kill them with the sword. You can read it for yourself. Hold on. Found it. I just lose it that fast. Girl. There it is. And I know they play with the versions. That's, just so you can understand. But that's a difference. Because one is saying if they lead you into, you good. One is saying when you lead them into captivity, if you're supposed to go into captivity, you just gonna go. If you're supposed to be killed, you just gonna go. That's not what that says. That says whoever is leading people into captivity is going to go into captivity, and whoever plans to hurt people with the sword is going to be killed with the sword. And then, okay, so that was something that stood. I was like, wait a minute. So I had to go get my stuff so I could check and see, because I know, it's a version. But that to me, that says something completely different. Because it says, he who killeth with the sword will be killed with the sword. That's not what that says. That says whoever is supposed to die by the sword is going to be killed by the sword. That's not the same thing to me. Now, I could be wrong, but to me it's saying if you kill somebody, you going to be killed with a sword. And if you try to lead people away captive, you going to end up being a captive yourself. The way that they put it in NIV, that's not how it sounds. It's saying if you're supposed to be a captive, you're going to be a captive. If you're supposed to be killed, you're going to be killed. You see what I'm saying? That's just different to me. That's not the same thing. I was like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. And of course, I've read the King James. That's how, I can't say all of us, but I started out reading that, but that's different though. So that was a little whatever. And then, in Revelations 9, when the 4 angels is loosed, in this one it says, and the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000, right? And I heard the number of them. So I went and I did some numbers, right? And I'm like, wait a minute. And then I thought about it. These horsemen are not physical horsemen. They're angels that are going out to battle. Right? They're not regular horsemen. And Right, it's a big difference. You see it? So when I was reading this, because I've read it, but sometimes when you read stuff, you see it different. Look at this. Oh, I don't want to mess up this Bible because it's falling apart. Okay. So it says, this is 9 and 13. It says, and the sixth angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the four horns of the golden altar, which is before God, saying to the sixth angel which had the trumpet, loose the four angels which are bound in the great river Euphrates. And the four angels were loosed, which were prepared for an hour and a day and a month and a year. So for 1 year, 1 month, 1 day, and 1 hour, they're going to be able to slay a third part of men, humans. For a whole year, a month, a day, and an hour, they're going to be able to slay all of these people. Now look, and the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000, right? Well, one of the things that I learned that I've seen is when it's double, it kind of means like times, right? So 1,000 times 1,000, right? But this was 100,000. So I did the math, and 200,000 times 200,000 is 4 billion. You reading Revelations now? Listen. How many people on earth? What's a third of the population or a fourth of the population? For 1 year, this is Revelations 9 and 13. 9 and 15. God is gonna let these angels loose. And for 1 year, 1 month, 1 day, and 1 hour, they're gonna be able to go through and get rid of a third of the population. So I did the numbers, and if you do 200,000 times 200,000, it's 4 billion. What's a third of the population? Or a fourth of the population? How many people is that? It's 8 billion people, but what's a third of 8 billion? Or a fourth of 8 billion? All the hair on my body is standing up. You said NIV says twice 10,000, which is 2 million. Yeah, no. This one says 200,000. 200. No. It's about 2.5 billion people is like a third. 2.7, 2.4 billion. So think about this. You got 4 billion angels. Because remember, the Earth's population, they haven't counted everybody. There's still places they haven't gone. So we know for a fact that there's more people on Earth and in the Earth that they tell us about. right? It's all the American people and different people that have just come up missing, and there's whole cities and stuff under us. So we know that there's more people. They tell us above ground that there's 8.5, but we know it's, or 8.4. We know it's more than that. We know it's more than 8 billion people. We know that for a fact. Because they told us about the underground cities and where there's people that never come up and they've been there for years and all of that. We know for a fact it's more. So let's just say that is 3 billion people is, because God knows exactly how many people in the earth, on top of the earth, everything. He knows. 3 billion people, right? That's basically like an angel per person. You realize what I'm saying? It's basically like a specific angel to come and get you. It says that God's armies are innumerable. He got armies for this, armies for that. Because this says, like I said, and the number of the army of the horsemen were 200,000. And if you times 200,000 times 200,000 is 4 billion. So what if there's really a million or two people we don't know is on Earth? Then 4 billion. What if it's really 11 billion people on Earth or 10 billion people on Earth? Because we know that they don't know the numbers. Because they're still finding whole civilizations that they don't know they found. But God knows. That would be an angel basically per person to come and get them. Mind you, there's still going to be angels that are fighting the devil's forces. You said 2.66 billion. In 1 year, 3 billion people almost will die. In 1 year, 1 month, 1 hour, or 1 day and 1 hour. Y'all don't think that's crazy? Today's February 9th. Thank God it's not starting today. But what if it started today? Hypothetically speaking, if that 1 year, 1 month, 1 day, 1 hour, what's a third of America? How many is 350 million people? We got about what, 350 million people in America? Right? Something like that. We got like 350 million people in America, right? 350 million people. How many people was here? We just did these numbers recently. What's the population of America?
In 2023, the population of the United States of America was 334,914,000.
Okay, 334. I was 20 million off. So, 350 330, I'm sorry. So in that year, 110 million people would die in America. In 1 year. It's 110 people in here right now. That means 35 of them wouldn't be here no more. There's 15 in here, so that means it would only be 10 people in this class. If this started today, which thank God it ain't. I mean, I can't say what's happening. But do you understand how different America would look with 110 million people gone? Do you understand how empty our neighborhoods would look? How empty the highways would look? Remember the scripture when it said at the end times, people gonna be so happy when they finally see one man on the road because they ain't gonna be seeing a man in a person in a long time. You watched the book of Eli. People were scarce, was they not? Did you see a lot of people? I Am Legend. Did you see a lot of people? Hmm? It said, and thus I saw the horses in vision, and them that sat on them having breastplates of fire and jacinth and brimstone. Brimstone is sulfur. And the heads of the horses were as the heads of lions, and out of their mouths issued fire and smoke and brimstone. By these three was the third part of men killed, but by the fire and by the smoke and by the brimstone which issued out of their mouths. So it's like you have three or 4 angels that have these armies, like 4 generals. And what's really crazy is it's like it's one for the north, one for the south, one for the east, and one for the west. And then they have armies of angels. That's running behind them. What if all of the orbs that we keep seeing, these giant fighter jets chasing after, are the angels getting in position? Because don't they be lined up like how the men be lined up? If you see a lot of them, they be lined up how men be lined up on the battlefield, and how they go out, and it's like one after another, like when the horse come trotting, and then it don't start right here, it comes from behind. Do you see what I'm saying? If you look at some of them orbs and how they be together, not the ones that our government is making, but the ones that they be chasing, look at how they be lined up. Because we know that there's going to be a war in heaven. It's right in here. All around this same time, it's going to be a war in heaven. What we've been seeing in our heavens. What have we been hearing? Horns. Right? Horns. People been hearing horns. Loud horns. Right? Or no? Y'all been seeing the videos. Yes? Does everything start in the spirit first? Do it? Thunders and lightnings and horns. Let me ask you a question. What happens when metal is clanked together? What do you normally see? If 2 swords are clanking against each other, what does it create? Is there a sound, and is there light? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Sparks. Would electricity be a spark? Haven't we seen swords that had electricity coming out of them? In the cartoons, and most times that light was coming from where? I have the... He was a regular scrawny dude until the electricity hit him, and then he turned into a big buff nigga. So if everything starts in the spirit first, are we hearing about wars and rumors of wars? Are our soldiers and different soldiers around the world being called in? Are the are the soldiers being called in? The military. Canada talking about they know they about to go to war with America, and it's being censored and we can't see it. America's about to invade Canada is what they're saying. So if our army, our navy is gearing up and other countries are gearing up, do we believe that there has been a war going on in the heavens above our head if war starts in the spirit first? If our troops are gearing up, but it starts in the spirit first, could we have been seeing a heavenly battle as to why planes and stuff is getting we've been seeing orbs, planes chasing orbs. First they tried to tell us they wasn't orbs. What would you call that in the heavens? Things that are on the other side of the clouds that are light flashes and things coming down and all of this stuff, like an angel that got messed up, fall into the ground. I mean, I'm just saying, are y'all with me? If everything starts in the spirit first, that means that the angels and stuff had already started gearing up before this. They had already started lining up troops and lining up forces before we saw it in the physical, which is now Britain's army and Africa's army and all of that. If everything starts in the spirit first, that means 9 times out of 10 what we've been seeing in the heavens is not what we think it is. Because there's getting ready to be battle on earth, is it not? Listen, it's a real thing. But I think what we've been seeing in the heavens is not what they've been telling us. Because humans are gearing up for war. I mean, the world war. There's always been war. But the Armageddon. And nothing can happen unless it happens in, okay, prime example. Does the decree, okay, God gives the decree that you're not going to breathe anymore. That happens in the spirit first. Right? And then on this side, they say time of death. And you're pronounced dead at a certain time. But technically, from the time it took from God to say you're not going to live anymore, whether that be a week, 2 days, 3 days, whatever, your death happened in the spirit, or the finalization of your life happened in the spirit before we ever saw it in the natural. Because humans can only pronounce you dead after you die. God has said you will no longer live in the spirit first. Right or wrong? When the decree goes out that a man shall not live, blah, 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 we read it. So if everything happens in the spirit first, that means that these angels and stuff already, we don't know what battles are being fought because we can't see it. But I guarantee you that a lot of what we've been seeing and what they've been telling us, because we don't know no better, is probably it's spiritual first. Everything starts in the spirit first. So with that, we are hearing noises in our heavens that we have never heard before. We are seeing lights in our heaven that we have never seen before. And we have people that are closer to 100 in these classes, 70, 80 years old, and they never seen nothing like it. Yeah, of course. See? Think about it. Do you see what I'm saying? So then what is it? Could it be that the spiritual war, not that it hasn't, the angels been fighting for us, but this is a different thing. The angels are gearing up for Armageddon because it's the war of all wars. Do you see what I'm saying? So there are going to be things happening that didn't happen with all the other wars. You hear me? But there was going to be signs in the sky. That's what he said. This makes me think about when the angel army was on the mount that he couldn't see, but they was already there. How is it that the other army didn't see them? Right? God had all these angels on horses waiting. So what do we think is... They very well could be. I'm thinking that the battles are already starting. That could be a lot of what these lights are in our heavens. And the sounds. Think about how big the angels' children were. What do you think it sounded like when two 450-foot tall men were fighting? You don't think when they fell and one of them punched one of them, somebody picked up the top of a mountain? If their uncles are fighting in the spirit, but God is allowing us to hear the grumblings and the rumblings because they right over us. You get what I'm saying? What did it sound like when a 450-pound being? It probably sounded like a jet hitting the ground. These are the uncles of the giants. Some of them that's fighting against God's people are the fathers of the giants. Not all of them was put up. That crack in the sky. Did the Bible say that angels had swords of fire? The Bible said angels had swords of fire, right? Ain't that what it said? So do you think that the devil's angels got fire weapons? like lightsabers. Magma swords. Not magma. Yeah, yeah. Is it magma? No, magma is it a magma light? What is it called? No, magma is it magma? No, magma is from the, what is it called? Y'all know the lighters I'm talking about. What are they called? It's not magma. That's what the lava. What are they called? What are those lighters called? They're not called magma lighters. They're called something else. At the Olympics, they showed the pale horse. Like a Zippo, but it's plasma. Thank you. I said magma. Plasma. Okay. I meant plasma. Thank you. Okay. I said magma. But hell, could be that too, because that's fire as well. But it said that they had fire swords. If they have plasma swords that have that type of light, what would we see it as here? If two plasma swords were hitting each other, what would we see it as? Y'all seen a saber. What happens on, what's the name, when they hitting them? Lightning or sparks. So if everything starts in the spirit first, and God has been lining up his troops and the devil's getting his troops together, could that be responsible for all of the weird sounds, lights, and things that are going on in our heaven if the war in the heaven starts first? Because there was a war in heaven before there was ever a war on earth. The angels brought war to earth. Are the angels not getting ready to bring war to earth again? Lucifer is what? Lucifer is a what? Fallen angel, but he's still an angel. Does he have weapons? Does he have soldiers? Do they have shields and armor? Be right back. You know what I believe? I believe this is why they are censoring us knowing about the UFOs and the UAB, whatever they call it, unidentified, whatever. I believe that's why they're censoring it. Because why else would they be doing it? If it's nothing but drones, why are they censoring it? Why can't we talk about it? That part, Anna. I'm just saying. Why can't we know if it's just drones and this and that? We've all seen the videos of the fighter jets chasing something and it was faster than a fighter jet. We also saw a ball of light go down towards a missile and fly so fast and it just obliterated it. I don't even think it was no pieces. It was just light and that was it. No, even when they drop a bomb, it don't just disintegrate everything. Right? Everything is not disintegrated. It's ruined, it's burned, but there's a wreckage. There's something there. In that video, when whatever that ball of light was flew up to hit that missile, it was nothing. It wasn't even no, it was just obliterated. That would make sense if Lucifer, think about that. Thank you. Think about this. If Elon's car can see dead spirits, what do you think the planes can see? The fighter jets and all of that. There's pilots that talk about all the time after they're retired and out of their NDA about the stuff that they saw in the heavens. Do they not? Or they go undercover and talk about what they saw. Right? They can't talk about it while they're in the army. But if they get out and don't ever plan on going out after their NDA is over, they talk about it. And of course people call them crazy and say they didn't really see it. They was fatigued, blah, blah, blah. But if Elon Musk's car can pick up evil spirits, what y'all think these planes is picking up? For real. Not the planes, but the jets with all of this super high tech whatever on it. If Elon's cars can do it, can pick up a spirit that has no mass, we already know that the United States and other countries have reverse engineered things that they have found. Who's the ruler of this planet? Satan. And Satan uses men to do what? Piss God off. Try to get Satan uses men to try to get under God's skin so that he will destroy them. Right? The Bible says that there's angels that fight for us. Right? That fight to protect us, to keep us safe. Okay. You don't think that Lucifer has given the army and different people technology in order to be able to see what the natural eye can't see? The technology to see angels and other beings flying through the cosmos, you don't think that he's given them that tech? He gave the other humans the tech. They almost got to heaven. Did they not? The fathers who had been to heaven, their sons almost made it. Lucifer and his homeboys can see the other angels even when we can't. They all in the spirit together. Who do you think gave whoever is in Elon's camp the technology to see spirits on your freaking car? Who do you think gave him that knowledge? He hasn't, but the spirit in him has. You don't think that a fallen angel gave him the information to be able to see where the dead spirits are? How to build the technology to do that? So if they gave it to normal people, what do y'all think they doing with the... Okay, we gonna move on. I'm trying to get y'all to see what I was thinking about in here, because I'm like, wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Okay. That makes sense. If we know for a fact that there's fallen angels, behold a pale horse, that are teaching technology, and those are the evil angels that plan on deceiving men, who are they fighting a battle against? They're fighting a battle against God's angels. So I believe what's been going on in the heavens is not what they've been telling us. It ain't all just man playing around with drones and whatnot. It's some spiritual stuff happening. And angels are not from this dimension, so they would be considered aliens. Think about it. Because it's not just going to be humans fighting Armageddon. There's going to be angels on. It says the battle of the sons of light against the sons of darkness. That's just not in the physical. That's going to be in the spiritual as well. And if everything starts in the spirit, I believe in my heart that a lot of what we've been seeing in our heavens is because our people are gearing up. So if it starts in the spirit first, we've been seeing these weird lights for about a year and a half. On and off. You said definitely, I say the orbs here in Rockwall. Okay. Oh, you saw some. See? That's why I'm telling you. It's something up with it. But moving on. So that was that. I was just thinking about it. So if we go over here to chapter 7. No. Chapter 11 of Revelations. Chapter 11, verse 3 says, and I will give power to my unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the two olive trees and the two candlesticks standing before the God of earth, um, the God of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth and devour their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. So anybody that try to hurt them, they're going to be burned up. It says, these have the power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues. Did y'all see they said Ebola is back? They caught this a case of Ebola in Africa somewhere, or a couple cases. So Ebola is back. Something that's like leprosy is back. Tuberculosis is here. Norovirus. What's the other one? COVID and listeria is running through this piece. Smallpox. Monkeypox. Right? That's like what, 6 or 7? 5 or 6 different diseases that really weren't around, and now they popping up that could affect a lot of people. Right? No? Okay. It says, and when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascended out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them and kill them. Now, you know what this made me think about right here? When we read about the Gyrodon fish or Gurdian fish or whatever it is, and it says that the fish is going to swim up from the bottom of somewhere, and the lady is going to touch it, and the spirit of the Antichrist is in that fish. Y'all see they said that the devil fish came up from 20,000 leagues under the sea or whatever? It popped up, and then also whatever the one lone fish last week or 2 weeks ago showed up somewhere in California, and they said that fish only ever shows up right before a natural disaster or some type of destruction. The fish from what's his name? Nemo, with the light on it and the crazy teeth. One of them, and they said they lived 20,000 whatever under feet at the bottom somewhere in the deep dark, and they said that thing traveled for a long time to get up to where it was at, and it was seen up in the blue water, and it's a deep sea fish, and it came up, and they said that normally comes up right before something tragic is about to happen. And then there was the long silverfish. I don't know what it's called. Is it the angelfish? The anglefish? Are you talking about the long silver one day? Both of them showed up in like the oarfish. Okay, so the oarfish and whatever that fish is, anglerfish, whatever it's called, those two fish normally only come up when there's some craziness going on. But a lot of deep sea fish, they call it a doomsday fish, right? A lot of deep sea fish that don't never normally come up from whatever their level is in the sea or the ocean are coming up to the top of the water, and they said that's not good. Both doomsday fish. Okay. Okay. Now, what's crazy is they both showed up right around the time they moved the doomsday clock. They moved the doomsday clock, what, last week or the week before? And then the two doomsday fish show up. We don't know how many different ones there are, but 2 of them. Right after they moved the doomsday clock up, and now they're coming up. It's always signs in the animals first. Don't forget, we did the mileage, how far it take to walk from Russia and this and that. Them animals got to Noah 7 days before the flood, but they had been traveling for a long time to get to where he was. Remember this. The animals started to move into place before the humans did they not? Remember, Rika? Noah prayed, and the next morning when he woke up, all the animals was there. Well, they came from all around the world. All the land animals. So they have been traveling. Way before God said, you're going to put them all on there. Then he woke up the next morning and they was all out there. We looked at the polar bears and all of that and whoever else, how far they had to travel. We looked at that, remember? So the animals knew months. And both fishes have some type of light, aka Lucifer, angel of light, without the beauty. Oh, this. And it's, I think, is it the sibling oracles where it talks about the girl picking the fish up and the Antichrist is in her? Interesting. All the hair on my body is standing up. Just want y'all to know that. All right, here we go. So, it says, and when they have finished their we got that. It says, the beast ascended out of the bottomless pit, shall make war against them, and shall overcome them and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt. Excuse me, where our Lord was crucified. And they of the people, and kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. Now, you know what this made me think of? The fact that Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump, and Elon Musk are together, right? Think about how cocky and how boastful they all are. Right? Think about this. We already know that the temple is built. They're trying to deceive the world to make them think that they about to build it real quick. We already know it's built. Well, we already know that the Antichrist is already here. Right? Y'all couldn't see Elon Musk, Trump, and Benjamin Netanyahu and Yanuka Rav Shalom boasting to the world that they got rid of these dudes. Look at how much they boast right now. Think about it. Look at how they win. Do y'all realize that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to be one of the people that is responsible for helping the Antichrist unalive Enoch and Elijah? Trump, Elon, they all going to have their part in it. And because, right, of how people love them, the people that follow them, they're going to rejoice. Because their mind is twisted. They don't even really realize what's going on. So the people that we see celebrating them are also going to be the people that are celebrating Enoch and Elijah being unalived. Trying to replicate the Trinity. Come on. In real life. Got pastor speaking on his... Y'all, all the hair on my body is standing up. Tell me that's not crazy. You claim to be Jewish or Hebrew or Israelite. And they are going to be responsible for Enoch and Elijah. Well, them and that man are going to be responsible for them not being alive no more at the end of this. Because they're gonna come and speak against everything that they're doing right now with the genocide and the unaliving of all of the people and all of that. That's what they're gonna be speaking out against. That they're not who they say they are. That what they follow is not what God said it's supposed to be. Y'all. This is why everybody is going to rejoice that they gone. And the crazy thing is, people like Paula White and all of these pastors that have encouraged people to follow this craziness, the great deception, they are going to make the world believe that Enoch and Elijah are not God sent. Because they speak against whoever this man they about to put on this throne over here in Israel. The hair on my body is standing up. Whoa! Because why would Netanyahu even be seen with Elon Musk? And this man has an upside down devil thing on he got the Baphomet on the back of his armor. And he say he 3,000 years old. Why would the ruler of the Israelite nation be even in the same room with this dude? And you know that he wants to do something that God said is going to end the world. What is really crazy is Pastor Joel Osteen testing his ballistic missile. You know who else be with them? Who's the owner of Appeal? They said it comes to the top to pass on to the upper room. Interesting. History is repeating itself. It is. Bill Gates. Interesting. What is Bill Gates and other big corporations doing? They buying up all the farmland and then making food that ain't food. He's friends with them, isn't he? You said he was just on The View? Ain't he friends with Elon Musk and wasn't pushing his agenda? Interesting. Okay. All right. Okay. So it says, and they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts to one another, because the two prophets tormented them that dwelt on earth. Interesting. And after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, Come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them. Right? So then, hold on. Okay. Oh. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Okay. I skipped right over it. Give me 1 second, y'all. I don't know why I didn't take a picture of it. Because it was this one specific place. Give me 1 second, y'all. Ah, here we go. I didn't go far enough. Okay. Give me 1 second, because what the heck? Or did I read it in my other Bible? Oh, I can't find it. What's that? So basically, okay, we'll just read this. So if you go back to 7, it says, Revelation chapter 7, verse 9. It says, after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations, and kindreds, and peoples, and tongues, stood before the throne, and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes, and palms in their hand, and cried with a loud voice, saying, salvation to our God, which sitteth upon the throne, unto the Lamb. And all the angels stood round about the throne, and about the elders, and 4 beasts, and fell before the throne on their faces, and worshiped God, saying, Amen. Blessing and glory, wisdom and thanksgiving, honor and power, and might be unto our God forever and ever. Amen. And one of the elders answered, saying unto me, what are these which are arrayed in white robes, and whence came they? And I said unto him, Sir, thou knowest. And he said to me, these are they which came out of the great tribulation, and have washed their robes, and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore they are before the throne of God, and serve him day and night in his temple. And he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall they shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither the sunlight on them, nor any of the heat. But I was looking, and I don't know how, I just, I thought I took a picture of it, but I guess I didn't. And I cannot remember exactly where that scripture was. But anyway, and maybe y'all know where it is, and I know it's right here, and I'm just going very quickly. But it talks about, it's right at the end, and it talks about waiting on the other people. Dang, I can't remember which freaking scripture it's in. Well, anyway, I thought maybe I did take a picture of it. Hold on. I did not. Well, anyway, sorry, y'all. Basically, I wanted to show this, and I can't even remember. I didn't even write it down, which is not normally my thing. Oh, here. Duh. It was right here. I was literally looking at it. Okay, girl. It's chapter 6 when it talks about the martyrs. I'm sorry, I was literally looking at it. Chapter 6, verse 9. Thank you, Dad. And it says, and when he had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of God and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, how long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? And white robes were given unto every one of them, and it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season until their fellow servants also and their brethren that should be killed as they were should be fulfilled. So why do we think we getting out of here in a rapture? When clearly right here in the King James Version, it says the people that's getting the white robes was going to be killed like they fellow servants. That's how you getting up out of here and getting a white robe. Where does any part of that say rapture? Y'all read it? It's Revelation chapter 6, 11. Y'all go read it. Did it say we was going to be raptured? Or it said, wait here, you get your robe after you've been killed? What do your book say? What do your Bible say? Revelation 6 and 11. What do yours say? That you will be killed. What yours say? Same. So how are you going to get your white robe again? The white robes we heard people singing about? You're going to be martyred. So why are we making people think that it's going to be easy to get out of here and get into heaven then? If it literally tells us how you going to get your white robe again? Tell me. Hello? Interesting. You said they looking at Revelations 1 and 7. That don't say nothing about the. It, did it say every alive eye or every eye? Because who gonna meet Christ first? How the dead gonna see? It said the dead in Christ. You said they didn't read where it said those who are yet left alive. I'm saying right here, it says, this KJV, it says, behold, he cometh with the clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him. And they also which pierced him. The people that pierced Jesus is dead, is they not? It's been 2,000 years. Well, they say the one soldier that pierced him might be alive, like he might have the Cain curse, but it said, behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him. Can I ask you a question? When Jesus showed up to the gates of hell, what happened? Not the KJV version, the other version. What happened? What happened? Could the dead see him? Could the dead see Jesus when he showed up to hell? Could they see him? Yes, that's what it said. How do we know this for a fact? Was there not conversations going on? Did they not see the bright light? But they was dead. Didn't Isaiah speak? Some other people spoke out too and said, this is the one I prophesied about. Did they not? Said David had something to say too, didn't he? So when it say every eye is going to see him, that's even the dead eyes, ain't it? Because the dead eyes, when he went to hell and got them souls out that went up to heaven with him, they saw him and they was already dead. So when it say all, it mean living and dead eyes is going to see him, not just the people that's alive. Because we know for a fact that when Jesus came and went down to hell, Jesus was dead. Was he not? What did he walk out of hell with? Not just the keys, but what else did he walk out of hell with? Souls. So do the eyes have to be alive to see him when he come? The demon scene, now you getting me, Rika. Now you feeling what I'm saying? Because we can't see the demons, but the demons can see Jesus and they got eyes. The dead could see Jesus. And the living could see Jesus all at one time. Could they not? When Jesus was a little kid, did he get a dead body to speak to him? The movies tell us that dead people can see stuff. Alive people that have died and come back told us that they can what? You said no. When Jesus was a little kid, he did make a body speak to him. Rika? Remember when they accused him of killing the little boy? And he went down there and called the little boy name. The little boy was dead. And the body started to speak. Remember? When they was up on the top of the house and somebody pushed the little boy off and the boy died? And they went to get their parents and Jesus calmly walked down. The dead body spoke to Jesus. He called his name and the boy was dead. And he said, no, you didn't kill me, Jesus. So while Jesus was alive and a kid, he could speak to a dead body, and the spirit of the dead person listen here. When that legion said they have to come to torment us before our time, it was demons talking, not the man. I said, hold on, Pops. That's been going over my head. Exactly. 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 Because the demons could see Jesus and the people knew he was mentally ill. It was several times that the demons was like, what you want with us? Going on. But think about it. Oh, you were saying no to another one of my questions. Oh, okay. Okay. They running this slow or something. They gotta be. But just think about that. Because his light shines in all the dark places. Well, is a coffin a dark place? A crematorium a dark place? A urn a dark place? How many people have had experiences where they died and they said they could see and hear everything that was going on? They was floating above their body or sitting in a chair over here somewhere. They watched the doctors work on them. They watched their mama and daddy run in. They and when they come to, they tell the people what they saw, but their body was dead. Heart stopped, no brain waves, no nothing. So can the dead see? So when God say all eyes, do he mean all eyes? Hold on, y'all. Do he mean all eyes when he say all eyes? Or just the alive eyes? All eyes is gonna see him. The ones that we can't see, the ones that's been gone for a long time, the ones that just got here, all eyes. My aunt had an out of body experience. She would tell us about. She could see herself laying dead in her bed. We all thought she was crazy. Then she was telling y'all the whole truth. He described what people said, where they was, and what they did. Okay, so that means that the dead people can see. Their spirits can see. So even the spirits, if the like you said, if the demons are going to be able to see God, then the dead spirits will as well. His whole creation. All means anything that ever lived. Well, that's not even Judgment Day, though. That's just when he break through the clouds. Because it said it's going to be, what, 1,000 years and then Judgment Day starts? Ain't that what we read? Was it in Baruch? That it's going to be 1,000 years, I guess, and then Judgment Day starts or something like that. It's going to be a while because God's going to clear the earth and do whatever he going to do, and then that Judgment Day. He going to have a day of rest or whatever it is from whatever. We read that. Was it 1,000 years and then judgment? Then he going to open the books? How long was the waiting period that we read about in Baruch? Because it wasn't immediate. Do y'all remember us reading that in Baruch? I think it was Baruch. The earth is going to be destroyed. It's going to be a certain time, and then he was going to open the books. I don't remember if it was 1,000 years or however long, but it was a long time. Do y'all remember us reading that? Why I turned right to Baruch, though? Turn right to Baruch, which is crazy. Baruch. The nations will be judged. He said, because it is as follows, there is nothing that will be destroyed unless it acted wickedly. If it had been able to do something without remembering my goodness or accepting my long suffering for this reason, surely you will be taken up, as I said to you before, and the time will come of which I have spoke to you, and the time that is appearing which brings affliction, for it will pass away with enormous vehemence, which is heat, and arriving in the heat of indignation, it will be turbulent. And it will be in those days that all inhabitants of the earth will live with each other in peace, because they do not know that my judgment has come near. For in that time there will not be found many wise men, and there will also be not many intelligent ones. But in addition, those who know will be more silent. They will be silent more and more. And there will be many tidings, and not a few rumors, and the works of phantoms will be visible. Not a few promises will be told, some idle and others affirmed. And honor will change itself into shame, and strength will be humiliated to contempt, and the strong one will be broken down. Beauty will become contemptible, and many will say to many in that time, where did the multitude of intelligence hide itself? Where did the multitude of wisdom depart? And when one thinks about these things, jealousy will arise in those who did not think much of themselves. Ooh! Moving on. I'm not even going to do it. And passion will take hold of those who were peaceful, and many will be agitated to wrath to injure many. And they will raise armies to shed blood, and they will perish with those at the end. And it will happen in that time that a change of times will reveal itself openly for the eyes of everyone, because they polluted themselves in those times and caused oppression. And each one walked in his own works and did not remember the law of the mighty one. Hold on, y'all. Ooh. You don't remember us reading it. Well, we did, and I don't know if it's in Baruch, but I believe it is in Baruch when he talks about opening up the books. It's going to be a time period after the earth. God is going to, it might be in Ezra. It's in one of them, but he talks about how he's going to wipe the earth clean. It's going to be like a white slate, and then he's going to open the books. But there's a time period in between there. I want to say it's 1,000 years in between that time period when the earth is just like a burned field. We talked about this. Do y'all remember we talked about how I gotta remember where it is, but we talked about how he's going, after the earth is destroyed, it's gonna be like a blank slate. And then that's when the new heaven and the new earth or whatever will be revealed. But it is 1,000 years. I remember us reading that. And I can't remember if we read it in Ezra or Baruch. I don't know why I want to say it's in Baruch. But it might be in second Esdras. For behold, the days are coming, and the books will be opened, in which there are written the sins of all who have sinned, and moreover, also the treasuries in which are brought together the righteous. Now I'm gonna have to. I really just need to get my old book out because it's probably marked in there somewhere. And this is my new book, and it ain't highlighted. Anyway, I have to go looking for it and remember what we read it at. But basically, it's like it's a waiting period in between, and I can't remember which book it's in right now, but we read it. And there is a time period in between when the earth is destroyed and then when judgment starts. It's not right away. I just can't remember exactly where we read it at. But there's a time period in between there that the earth is going to be destroyed. Everything is just going to be wiped clean. And then the new earth and the new heaven will be revealed. And the thing about this is, it's like, okay, we sitting here and we are trying to hold on to things that are going to be torn up. One. Two, the people that's on this earth, they believe that they're really getting something, not realizing that everything here is temporary. Everything here is temporary. Nothing is concrete. Everything that we see can be destroyed. Everything that we see is going to be obliterated. obliterated, excuse me, obliterated. So with that, that time period in between when the dead see Christ, if you are alive, because some people are going to be alive, but for the most part, it says the Christians or the people that is following after him, you going to have to be unalive to get out of here. Martyred. But we have churches and organizations that are teaching people. Now, of course, everybody ain't going to have to be martyred because there's people dying right now. But the people that are alive during this time, during the tribulation, doing whatever, most of them are going to be martyred. And the Bible tells us that. But we've been told, oh, you're going to be raptured out of here. We're not going to have to go through none of that stuff. And clearly, everywhere in the Bible, it says that we will. It says that all eyes are going to see God, which is the dead eyes and the living eyes. And if the dead in Christ are going to rise first, we know that in heaven, you can't have a natural body. Is that right? In heaven, there is no skin. Not this kind. This is for earth. So then is he resurrecting bodies or is he resurrecting spirits? Because what is he judging? What's going to go to heaven or hell? We know from Enoch and Elijah that you have to be translated or transformed into another body to get to heaven. Do you not? You can't go to heaven in this body. This body is for earth. That's why when you die, you leave your spirit, your body here, and your spirit goes somewhere else. You think it's in the 4th book of Ezra? Okay. I knew it was somewhere, either Baruch or Ezra, one of them. We read about that time period afterwards. Okay. Because even your earthly body is not going to hell or heaven. When the ground opened up, when Jesus came back, it opened up and the bodies came out. But what did he take to heaven with him? You're going to get your eternal body. Because nothing corroded or dead or stinky can go into heaven. There's no death there. There's no, you know what I mean? So when they came out, 9 times out of 10 in between here, and when he took them back up with him, they were transformed. Because this is corrupted. And there's no corruption in heaven, right or no? There's no corruption in heaven. There's nothing that can decay in heaven. Does this body decay? This body decays. It gets old and gives out. So we know this can't go. This ain't going. This. When Jesus was resurrected, what did it say his body looked like? He had a what kind of body? That part. Start with a G. What? Did he have a glorified body when he came back? Because they could literally see light emanating out of his body. So however his body left, when he came back, it wasn't the same. It was a body that was capable of immediately going to heaven or into the spiritual realm. Did it not? Because he ascended into the clouds. Did he not? After he gave him his speech, in that same glorified body, well, his earthly body couldn't have went. And he couldn't stay here long either. He had to go and return to his Father. So when God comes back, you're going to get a spiritual body that is able to withstand going to heaven for Judgment Day. Because this body couldn't even be in the face of God. Could it? If a regular human in this body, no flesh in heaven because flesh is corrupt. Exactly. What did Moses have to do? Moses could only see the back of God, couldn't he? He couldn't see the front of him because he would have burst into flames, right? Was it Moses or Abraham? Whichever one. I be getting them confused, and I know I shouldn't, but I do. Whichever one, he put in a cleft of a rock, and he said, I'll let you see my backside. You can't see my face because no man can see me and live. So then we know that anything in the flesh cannot see God. It's too dirty. So is God going to resurrect this? Or is it going to be a heavenly type body that is resurrected? It can still have muscles and whatever, but it's not going to be a body. This flesh can't even go to judgment because that's heaven. And are we not going to see God's face when we're being judged? Literally, we're going to stand in front of his throne. Right? We're going to stand in front of his judgment seat and be judged. You said I just opened book 1 to page 389, Resurrection and Judgment. The flesh came from the dirt and it goes back to the dirt. Exactly. So we know for a fact that the body that we live in now, our spirit will be resurrected, and there will be a ethereal body, or a body that is a spiritual body. Bodies won't be able to get there. So it is going to be, I don't want to call even the ones that's going to go to hell a glorified body, but that's basically what it's going to be, a body that doesn't decay. So we will be resurrected. I guess similar to Adam and Eve's heavenly bodies, although theirs is an original bodies. Exactly. Exactly. Before they were in the flesh. We get that body back. Whatever that body was, we get that body. Where we didn't know we was walking and we could just exist and be. That body didn't need water and food to live. It'd have been all right. Now we have to eat and drink water or else we'll die without it. But this is why he talks about him being the living water and the bread of life and all of that, because in that body, think about it. If you're going to be tortured in hell forever, and it said it's going to be a lot of hunger and thirst there, how is you staying alive? You're not going to be eating or drinking anything. How has Enoch stayed alive this whole time? You're going to be hungry and thirsty, but you're not going to die. Here, you can only go a certain amount of time without water and food, and you'll die. So we know this ain't the body that we taking with us. Because this body has to have water, and it has to have food. We're getting a different kind of body. Not this one. Maybe that's why this body has to be martyred. Adam wasn't killed, but he still had to die. Eve wasn't killed, but she still had to die. Do you think we're coming to a time where we're going to have to lose our life for Christ for real? Seeing as how you can't even speak out against a man that is not an elected official. And we know who he served because he puts it on his clothes and everything, who he served. Exactly. And I know this seems like it's all over the place probably, but I was all over the place today because I'm like, wait a minute. There's a few discrepancies in the way that these books are written, and I know I'm always teaching out of the ERB. This fleshly body was just for our time of probation. Exactly. 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 Let me ask you a question. If you lay in your room and the light is on and you have your eyes closed, can you see somebody walk past the light even though your eyes are closed? You can still see shadows even though your eyes are closed. So maybe the dead being able to see is similar to that. Because they tell you can't see without your eyelids, right? I mean, if your eyes are closed, you can't see. Well, I can see shadows when my eyes are closed, and I can see it moving when my eyes are closed. But they tell you if your eyes are open, you cannot see. Just like they say dead folks can't see nothing, but God said everything is gonna see Him. All of His creation, all eyes. That's all the eyes of the evil angels, all the eyes of the good angels, all the eyes of the animals. All of His creation is going to see Him when He comes. Something to think about. Oh, I mean, dead, when He was alive, dead people could hear Him. Lazarus. Lazarus. How do dead people hear? Lazarus had been dead for what, 4 days? 3 or 4 days? Right? He called Lazarus' name, what, twice? How many dead people you know if you go to the graveyard and call their name, they gonna say, huh? The last thing to go is hearing, but he been dead for 4 days. I ain't saying almost dead, Sherry. He been dead 4 days. Jesus called his name and he got up, did he not? So dead people can hear. On earth, they would tell us that's medically impossible. That you could call to a dead person that is in a sarcophagus or whatever you call that thing, a tomb, call their name and they respond. Or get up. So if the dead can hear Jesus, we know they're going to be able to see Jesus. You said just like folks in a coma still don't move but can hear. Exactly. Exactly. The crazy thing that's going to happen with all the bones around us. All the when my mother was alive, she would always tell the story of when she had me, how she died and was floating over her own body in the hospital watching the doctors trying to bring her back. Okay. Everybody gonna get to see the show. Everybody. I mean, and we think, oh, that's impossible. God said with him, nothing is impossible. So, no, it makes perfect sense. Does it not? I know we talking about this a lot, but it's something I've been thinking about. I was reading through Revelations today, just looking at some of this stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute. And it's not stuff that I haven't read before, but I'm just seeing it in a different light since we are living in it. Just thinking about, I knew that they was going to let Enoch and Elijah lay over there in the temple. That I've been taught that my whole life. But to know who's going to be a part of that now is real crazy. Because you realize that Netanyahu is going to have to okay Yanuka Rav Shalom or whatever his name is. Y'all realize that? Which sets the pattern for all of the other stuff to happen. So it's different now than us just hearing about Enoch and Elijah laying in the street and burning people with fire and all of this, because guess what? They're setting it up. Like, we could be living in some of this by the end of the year if they go ahead and do that temple in April. Do you get what I'm saying? We talking about it like it's far away, but it could be less than 60 days that a lot of this stuff is starting to pop off. That some weird eclipse happens and they show up in Jerusalem. That's why I was thinking about the clouds. What's been going on with that? What's been going on with them trying to hide and censor what we see so that we don't know what's going on. It's a lot right now. But it's all playing into think about it. They're getting ready to dedicate this temple. Now they saying you can't speak against religion and all of this kind of stuff. Let me ask you a question. Who said you cannot talk about Jesus in Jerusalem? Who made that a law? Or whatever, remember where the people that you couldn't talk about Jesus in certain parts of Jerusalem, they will spit on the ground if you talk about Jesus with not Netanyahu right there in the thing. Y'all don't remember when people were saying you can't talk about Jesus in Jerusalem? Or you can't say you a Christian, should I say, in Jerusalem? This was just going on since I met y'all. Some of the Israelites don't want you talking about Jesus in Jerusalem. And now Netanyahu is hooked up with the person that's trying to put the mark out and get everybody into concentration camps. And they're also helping to rebuild the third temple. Hello? What time do y'all think we in? Hello? That part. Come on. I'm just saying, if you look at everything that's happening, if you're looking at everything that's happening, who's clicking up with who, what's going on in the heavens, I said everything started in the spirit first. I mean, if you're just looking at how this stuff is lining up, these fish coming up from the deep, both of these fish signify a disaster or disasters or just crazy things happening. Both of them showed up within 2 weeks. In that same 2 weeks, they moved the clock up. In that same 2 weeks, they talking about going into Syria and getting rid of Damascus. In less than 60 days or so, we got to have a real ID. And it clearly says during all this time, people was going to be forced to get this mark to buy or sell. Well, they're crashing our economy. They getting ready to close all the farms. People are losing their jobs. Where do you think the United States and other economies are going to be by the end of this year? Elon Musk is already talking about giving people money not to work, did he not? With his whatever it is, everybody will get a stipend and let the robots work. Ain't that what he talking about? What is it? Universal something income? Universal income? Yeah, definitely a lot of things happening all at once to cause mass distraction and chaos. Universal, what is it? Basic income? And it looked like he getting his way, from what I can see. So let me ask you a question. How close are we? Y'all gotta bear with me 1 second. Ooh. How close are we, do y'all think? Time is near. Yeah. End times, exactly. It's like we talk about the end times, we talk about all of this, but actually looking at it and breaking it down and looking at the things that are getting ready to be happening is really mind-blowing if you take it a little bit at a time. You hear me? Because to think about just in America, 110 million people dying in a year is mind blowing. That's kids, that's everybody. 110 million dead bodies. And this is graphic, but it is what it is. That's not counting all over the world. So 110 million people in 1 year will die. 110 million people. That's not counting the animals. You getting me? We just looking like, oh yeah, a third of the population. Okay. Google your city and then see what a third of that is. Google your area where you live, your state, and see how many people that is in your state that are no longer going to be breathing, y'all. $110 million people gone in 366 days from one country. I don't really think sometimes people sit and like try to do the numbers. Right, imagine the smell. You getting me now? You getting me? I think it was what, 2 million Jews that died or something like that. How many Jews was it that died in the first Holocaust? Was it more than 2 million people? How many people died? And people just think that's so horrible. How many people died in the first Holocaust? Dang, I took my hair scrunchies out of here. $6 million, excuse me. Okay, 6 million. So 6 million people, and y'all see them bodies laid up there, piled on top of each other. You said 6 million Jews and 5 million non-Jewish victims. Interesting. So 10 million people. You said 300 million people died at the American Holocaust. Okay. What American? You talking about? Who is you talking about? Are you talking about the Indians? Or you just saying over time? Are you saying like in the history of America that 300 million people have died? Mr. Carlos. This thing is running really, really slow today, and I do not know why. The indigenous people to this land. It's a book called American Holocaust. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, more people. But I'm just saying, hear me though. That probably wasn't in the span of 1 year. Maybe over a couple years, 5, however long it took them to completely invade. But I'm saying in 1 year, We know for a fact that we are going to lose 110 million Americans at one time. You said my family would be wiped out. We're currently approximately 15 or 153 million people. Okay. Oh, you guys are 153 million. 2 million is the official number they have, the evidence. Okay. I thought it was like 2 million, but ain't no telling. They lie about that too. So, you in Trinidad, right? Are you in Trinidad? So all of Trinidad would basically be gone. Interesting. And I know this is an ugly subject to think about, y'all, but we about to live it. We're living it, not about to. We're living it. Gotta prepare your mind for. I'm asking God to help me get my mind together. If y'all wonder why I keep talking about it, because I don't think that we've all heard the Bible. Yeah, it's gonna be destruction and death and this and that. But to look at the numbers and to realize that that's people in our neighborhood. That is the people we've been seeing at the grocery store. The people that go to the same dog park as us. Maybe us. At one time. What is the earth gonna look like with 3 billion people or 2.7 billion people just missing from it? What is it gonna be like? How many people will there be in mourning? All the while maybe running for their lives and can't even mourn their family members. You said 1.2. Oh, that's 1.3. Got it. 1.3. Okay. I thought you were seeing 135 million. Okay, 1.3. Got it. I mean, do y'all think about this kind of stuff though, for real? And I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but these are the times that we're going into. I really believe that most Christians believe this is about to be fluffy because they don't believe they're going to be here for it, even though we living in it right now. I haven't seen that Thanos killed half the world. Lots of people hurting for loved ones. Lots of people will be hungry and trying to find their way. Exactly. Yeah, all the hair keeps standing up on my body. I just want y'all to know that. Like, for real. I know this is not a pretty subject, but just going back through and looking in there, worse than the start of 2020 when people couldn't gather for funerals. Exactly. Now you feeling what I'm saying. It's about to be crazy. And it's not taking long for it to get crazy. It just made me think about, like I said, these angels being released. And just the destruction that's getting ready to happen is like, And it's scary because most people, they don't want to know, they don't want to think about it. You know what I mean? And it's like, you have got to prepare your mind for stuff like this. I mean, you can't really, but somehow try to. People are going to turn each other in for things like extra rations. Come on. He said, yep, definitely families will be separated. People won't know what to do if they're not mentally strong. This. I don't know. Just going back through Revelations and just looking and trying to pinpoint the time of where we are, you know, because things are happening faster. And then even looking to see if you can see who the people are, and you can. It's cocky, it's Trump, Elon Musk, the dude from Russia, and Netanyahu are right now, and a couple other world leaders. I could see them letting Enoch and Elijah lay in the streets and be boastful and sending each other gifts and throwing parties because they made, okay, because think about this. If Bill Gates plans to be the food person for this time, Elon Musk is going to be the techie part of it, and you have the other billionaires that Microsoft, whatever, right? They still need water to grow their vegetables, do they not? Even if they're not growing real food. Excuse me. My allergies. They need water. Well, if Enoch and Elijah are going to shut the water up, what does that do for Bill Gates? Will he be able to grow food? So then, in a sense, if you look at it, Enoch and Elijah are going to be able to strip the power from the powerful people. That's why they gonna be happy. They're gonna have power for 3.5 years over the most powerful people. Nobody will be able to touch them. Anybody that try to kill them, they gonna die. Okay. Whatever they say is gonna happen. You don't think the Antichrist and his homeboys is gonna want them dead? It sounds to me like Enoch and Elijah are gonna be the Aaron and Moses of our day. No, do it feel like that to y'all? It was two of them, Aaron and Moses, right? Now we got Enoch and Elijah that's going to be given The same power that Aaron and Moses had to call the plagues and do all of that. So they're basically our Aaron and Moses of now. Because what is bird flu? What is swine flu? Right. Plagues. So the plagues are already hitting the animals. And the animals, the livestock that we eat, are dying. What was the first plague that was opened up in Egypt? Frogs? It can't be both. Somebody said frogs and somebody said the river. Where the scripture? I know that physically we may be scared for what's to come, but okay. So the river turned to blood first. What was the second plague? So the water and then the frogs. The amphibious life. Okay. What's three? So it was the water, the frogs, the gnats. What was four? Four was flies. The fifth was cat. 4 was livestock. And 5. Okay, so y'all reading it in different versions. Because somebody said 4 is cattle. Somebody said 5 is flies. Or vice versa. 4 was flies. 5 was cattle. That's why I said put the scriptures. How do birds get the bird flu? What does it come from? Water turned to blood, frogs, lice, flies, livestock, pestilence, boils, locusts, darkness. Interesting. Okay. How do animals get bird flu? Does it come from a parasite or a bug? Where does it come from? Does it come from an insect? Does it come from, like, where does the bird flu come from? How does it get into the birds and then get into the cows? But what contaminates the food or water? Contact with infected bird droppings, exposure to respiratory. Right. Indirect is consuming contaminated water or inhaling particles out of the air. Right. But where does it come from? Contaminated water with what? A microorganism, bug bites and parasites. That's what I was trying to figure out. Where does it come from? Them laying eggs in the water? Like, where does that come from? Contaminated with what? Is it a parasite in the bird's feces? Is it a parasite in something else? Where does that come from? I get that's the name of it. It's in the poop. Okay, so the water turns to blood first. Everybody needs water. Every living thing needs water. Then the amphibians. Then there was the lice, flies, and disease on livestock. So right now, our livestock, birds and cows, are contracting diseases that are killing them by the thousands or millions or whatever else, right? So would that be considered disease on livestock as one of the plagues? Viral airborne dust particles in an animal habitat. Okay. So, okay. So there's a number of ways that so contaminated air or a type of parasite or a virus. Okay. My thing is, are we at the same point now like they were in Egypt where there's an assault on our livestock? We already know there's contaminated water. The rivers are already turning to blood. Let me ask you a question. In the last 3 years since y'all know me, have there been insect infestations in certain places where they have never seen it that bad? Locusts and stuff waking up, grasshoppers in places. So we've seen an infestation of insects in different parts of the world at different times. Australia, it was in Vegas too. I remember in Vegas. They was in Vegas. They was in Ethiopia. Hell, I think they was down in the south somewhere too. Before our rivers turned to blood, they also started breeding extra mosquito. So have we maybe even seen some of the plagues popping off and we didn't even realize that's what was going on? Right, because it's mosquitoes out in the wintertime.
And I don't care if you're a beekeeper or just an American or just someone who buys food for their family. We got a real problem. We're hearing right now that commercial beekeepers are starting to pull their hives out, and they're starting to take hives over to the almond pollination. This is season, 'tis the season, making new bees to pollinate the food supply all over America for regular Americans. They're seeing that they've lost $150 million worth of bees, with bee producers losing, up to 50, some of them up to 90% of all the bees in their apiaries. Let me just say, this is worse than colony collapse as far as losses. And we are just starting, so we don't know what the end results are actually going to be. The losses we're seeing are all over the region with bees that are put inside and outside every different part of America. It's something that's impacting all honeybees, not just certain circumstances and not just big producers. And if you're a honeybee, even just like us, backyarder, you may see some losses this year that you just can't explain. I want to say this for new beekeepers. There's a lot of reasons you lose bees, and you're gonna maybe see some losses of hives that you can't explain, and it could be an experience, but it could be that we're seeing something unprecedented happening with honeybees all across America. And if you buy any kind of thing that is pollinated by a honeybee in your grocery store, you're going to want to pay attention to this because we're going to see food prices going way up. So if you see a honeybee loss this year or unexpected losses this year, get someone local who's an expert. Get your bee inspector to come in and take a look. We got to figure out what's happening because this ain't looking good, y'all. And if you experience losses this year, please go to this site. This is just where I found the link. And then take the, you can hit the take survey and take the APSM survey because they want some data on the ground real fast to confirm what they're seeing with these big producers and confirm, all the regions that this is happening in.
Y'all want to do a quick run through? How many fruits and vegetables do bees have to pollinate in order for us to get them? Interesting. They were spraying stuff in the air. Interesting. How many different fruits and vegetables have to be pollinated by bees in order for us to get them? About 130 different fruits and vegetables. Is that just in America? Over 130 fruits and vegetables are responsible for pollinating 3/4 of the world's flowering plants. Oh, they pollinate 66% of our food. So if bees are dying by the worldwide, interesting. If bees are dying by the millions, damn near all plants are pollinated by bees. They're vital. Okay. They also pollinate seeds and nuts. Interesting. So what's that do for our food supply? Around 70 to 80% of fruits and 30 and 40% of vegetables. Okay. So what's that going to do for our food supply next year? If they're not doing what they need to do this spring, all the way up until whenever they quit pollinating, what does that do for our food? 80% of our fruits and 30 to 40% of the vegetables worldwide. What does that do for us? It depletes more than half. Okay. I can confirm our local beekeeper has been in business 57 years and has never seen such a loss of bees in his life. He's been like he's seen in the last 3 or 4 years. Okay. It causes food famine. All right. So if bees are dying and 80% of our fruits and vegetables might not be pollinated and 30 to 40%, fruit 30 to 40% of our vegetables won't be pollinated, and our chickens and our cows are dying, what are we supposed to eat? about the swine flu and the bird flu, trying to figure out, okay, how we get that. Contaminated water, stuff in the air. So if our cows and chickens are dying, if the bees are not pollinating fruits and vegetables, what does that leave us to eat? Air sandwiches, apparently, they want us hungry. Okay. And this could be in the next year. So do you also see that famine won't just be the food is too expensive for us to buy it. It might not be in need to have. For the last 3 or 4 years. Interesting. 3 or 4. Interesting. Who remembers us talking about when the Antichrist showed up, all of the fruits and vegetables and the animals and stuff was going to start dying? We talked about that. And everybody keeps saying the last 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years. Oh boy, been here 3 years. Well, he been here longer than that. But he's been out 3 years. This is also when we seen the cows, the fish, the whole nine. The food has been failing since he came out. Disease has been running through animals and people. You said grass, grasshoppers, bugs, and mushrooms. I don't know. Because a third of the wildlife, grass, is going to be burnt up, it says. We read that an angel is going to come and he's going to burn up a third of the grass on earth. How many animals eat grass? And we don't got to do the numbers, but we know there's a lot of herbivore animals. Is there not? So let's start there. If the animals are diseased, we cannot eat them. God is going to allow an angel to burn up all of the greenery. Well, not all of it, but a third of the grass on earth. So not only will we not have animals and livestock to eat because they're sick, even if they do live, there won't be grass for them to eat. Okay, well, I don't eat land animals. I only eat water. Well, God said that a third of the fish in the sea are going to die, which is going to have, you didn't seen a stinky dead fish laying on top of the water and its flies all buzzing around it. Even if you just seen it on TV, an old whale carcass floating and it's, would you want to eat anything that come out of right there? If there's no grass for the animals to eat, and we eat the animals, or if the animals are diseased and we eat the animals, what happens to us? One third of the species in the world are hurt. Miss Nicole, could that possibly be how 1/3 of the 1/3 of the population of animals are herbivores? They eat grass, and God is going to burn up 1/3 of the grass. Okay. 1/3 of the sea life is going to die. Well, there's animals like bears that eat fish. Bears go, they go eat fish. It's other birds that fish and they eat fish, seagulls and this and the like. So if the water is bad, the fish are going to be bad. If the fish are bad and the little shrimps and all of that are bad, then whatever animals eat those animals, those fish, those shrimp, they going to be sick. Well, who eat them? Us. You know what comes when there's a whole bunch of dead carcasses? Insects. You know what insects bring? More disease. Do you see the cycle? And if the water is bad, we ain't going to be able to drink it. So you got dead animals, no grass, sick animals, no good water, and nothing is being pollinated. We are literally watching famine happen right in front of our eyes. The only way we're going to eat is if God allows it. You said, let me be grateful for this chlorine. Okay. Y'all get what I'm saying? This is the stuff CERCA just been looking at like, oh my God, wait a minute. This kind of stuff, like some of this is happening right now. Polar bears have started looking to human towns, villages for food since their food sources are up. Depleting, so in some areas, humans and predatory animals are already competing for food. Interesting. The Bible talked about the animals coming into the city, didn't it? And attacking the people. So that's already happening too. So we got the livestock dying. The vegetables are not growing the way that they normally do. The bees who pollinate the vegetables so that they can grow in fruits are dying. And the people that are eating the diseased animals are getting sick, and some of them are, because they said it's some broccoli out right now that's deadly, didn't it? Walmart got some broccoli that's killing people. So you take a risk of eating a salad, a bird, or a cow, and either way it can still be deadly for you. That's what y'all telling me. So it doesn't matter if you're vegan or not. You can still die from the food that you eat in this time that's coming. Hell, right now. Right? The ocean is so badly polluted right now too that most aquatic life and aquatic birds have plastic in them, and it gets into our food supply through them too. Interesting. So we are ingesting harmful plastics. Really? Well, I know this is crazy, but it's like I don't think people are seeing the big picture. Because we only get pieces of it. Oh, okay, they killing the chickens. Well, the cows got it too. Not only do the chickens have it, The crows have it. And then when they die, if another type of predator animal comes and eats them, then does that not spread to the other animals? There are some animals that eat the poop of other animals, or they will eat a dead carcass of another animal that's been sitting. So not only do we have our livestock, the water, red water, now tuberculosis and these things are floating around. So it's not just one thing at a time. Exactly. I'm taking an environmental science class right now, and we've been discussing all of this. Our environment is really bad. What y'all think our world is about to look like in a year and a half? Think about how many local farmers lost their farms in the last 2 years. And nothing is being planted there. Don't forget they done ran all the workers off. So a lot of the food that would have made it to our shelves in July and June and May, ain't nobody to work the fields to do it. So even if the bees were pollinating, there's nobody to go get the fruit or to get it fast enough before it rots. So again, I ask you, what y'all think we about to be looking like in a year and a half? The Book of Eli. Somewhere near it, I think. The fact that we didn't know that Canada was gearing up for war, real war, not what they told us was a trade war. But I saw today and yesterday Canadians saying, America, y'all didn't know that y'all was gearing up for war with us? Yeah, y'all didn't know, not a trade war, a real war. Because America is looking like they about to invade Canada for their minerals. These are not long-range missiles. These are our neighbors. Our prime minister was here caught saying that off camera. That I forgot we got somebody in Canada. Tell us, Jamila. Our prime minister here was caught. I forgot, girl. Please tell these folks I forgot you was in here. They told us trade war. some of your family lives in Canada. And while we've been focused on North, I wonder what's going on for that. Come on, you already know, baby girl. Okay. Why they not telling us? Who remembers me talking about what happens during war times? What's the first thing they do? They start rationing out stuff, don't they? Prime Minister Trudeau did her interview on camera, his interview on camera. And as the interview was over, he was telling someone off camera that the invasion of the U.S. is a real thing. Mm-hmm. Jamila, tell your people up there you got a cousin that need to come visit you. And she's black. Tell her she might be a refugee because she's an influencer. And they been looking and stuff. So you tell them you got a cousin that might have to come as a refugee. Just in case they come try to get me. Okay? You put a word in just in case I might have to get out of here. I'm for real. You never know. Listen, you said aren't the Maple Leaf people part of the Commonwealth? I don't know. But you tell Carter, look. Now.
Am I being watched? I am. Because I was told that by FBI agents who are supporters of mine. They pull me to the side and say they're watching you. Don't get paranoid. Because if they don't find nothing on you, they will make it. Am I being watched? That's some real shit. I had an old lady, a senior, an elder. She came up to me. I spoke at a graduation in Philly, right? She was like a sweet grandmother, right? Because she told me. She said, Dr. Wu, I'm an FBI agent. She said, you would never know what you do. Like the sweetest old grandma. Like she just makes a sweet potato pie. And she said, you need to be careful because they will send the type of people they know you will trust. And I trust elders. So I gotta be careful with the elders. Have they ever tried to send a white woman? Nah. And they will use the white woman on everybody else, though. Yeah, for sure. They gonna send a white woman on me. Here's the thing that I wanted to say to that. They watch, right? But they don't really mobilize against you until you start moving the people. Right? Yeah. Right? Now I'm educating the people. I'm motivating the people. I ain't moved them yet. Once the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy is up and running, now I'm going to start moving them. You feel me? Yeah. That's...
Who remembers me telling y'all that when y'all started buying all that survival stuff, they started paying attention? Because that's when folks start coming in my house. Unannounced. When every time I walk down my hallway, it's echoing. Guess what? I've been here all this time. Ain't nobody came to spray for nothing. They came to check to make sure it wasn't no leaks. I ain't had not one person come in here and try to spray nothing. Every time I was going out of town, somebody was in my house. They only in my house when I'm not here. Whether my car is outside or not, they know when I'm gone. Again, the people been over here. And this is why I was telling y'all, we not saying everything we gonna do over here because the people is here. people moving. Y'all got up and moved. I educated y'all, but then y'all got up and moved, did you not? And you know how they know you got up and moved? Because you started spending money. Or you stopped spending money on certain things. They know. You cannot have, I'm telling you, have 2,000-3,000 people a day for 3 months buying gas masks. They paying attention. And you got to think that every single thing that we bought was preparing to avoid what they wanted us to go through. I saw that. I said, "Oh, I've been trying to tell people." I knew when they started putting that big old trash can out there. They ain't had no dumpster out there. And since I've been doing this, it's out there all the time now. And I asked people who lived here longer than me, and they said that was never, they never bring that thing out. We don't know why. The trash compactor breaks like every other week now. Every other week it's broke, and they got to put a dumpster out there, and they come and pick it up. Ain't nobody crazy. And that's why I shred every single paper. That's why I'm careful about certain things that I do. Anything that got y'all names on it and stuff like that. I was just reminding Nicole how several months ago I was telling people, watch the North. Yep. Yeah, they in my trash. They been. You got to think. Think about all the stuff y'all was sending me, right? It's coming from all over. All over everywhere. So they pay attention to the Postal Service. This how they know when you moving weight through the Postal Service. All of this kind of stuff. They pay attention to all of that. Not only that, we were sending out a lot of stuff. A lot. You know it scans who it's from and who it's going to. Right? So CT was on a lot of stuff in the last 3 years. A lot. A lot of packages. It's a real thing. They wanted y'all to not know, be distracted, and not be ready. Period. God said they gonna know, they not gonna be distracted, and they gonna be ready. Period. So the people know who we are. They know. Listen. And now you see why I let the folks that kept on wanting to cause trouble over here go and go. Because you'll bring the people to us. Because you feeling some type of way. I don't want nobody around me that's forever catching the attitude and feeling like they need to, what's going on. Because the same way he said they going to send somebody you would trust. And can I be honest with y'all? Now do y'all understand why I didn't really get real close to people? That's another reason why. Once this started getting bigger, it didn't happen to me in the hood, so I know it'll happen during this. Look how many people turned away and was like, oh, whatever, circus, blah, 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 blah. Y'all don't think them people would turn me in? You said your ears are ringing so loud now. Listen, y'all don't think those people would turn me in because they feel some type of way? Because I didn't go along with whatever they wanted me to do or whatever. I don't know what it was. Girl, they would give you up for a strip of bacon. Okay. A glass of water. Mm-hmm. And this is why y'all deans stay. Because I don't know who worked for who. Y'all see that man came in here and was telling everybody the opposite of what to do to live. It was that simple. And that person was in our class. I had to keep blocking them. They kept making new things, coming in here and talking about, hey, family, hey, beautiful circle, whatever. But then you tell everybody in my community how to unalive themselves. If there is a gas, turn to whatever. You remember that? With the air conditioner. Exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I used to joke that my sister would trade me for a bag of corn chips. Now it's not a joke no more. Mm-hmm. 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 I know my family would. I didn't even go, and they know about the rapture and everything, baby. They'll turn me in a minute. Probably all of them except for maybe 10 people. On both sides. On all 3 sides that I got. Mm-hmm. For sure. Turn my tail right on in. Will. Mm-hmm. So. My thing is this, family. I just want y'all to be ready. We all got to be ready. But we also have to prepare our minds and really think about what is getting ready to happen. Not to where you overwhelm yourself, but just try to think about how massive these things are going to be. How quickly they're going to happen. You hear me? In real life. Because I still think that, not us, today's the Super Bowl. Wonder what's been happening. We should be looking at. Oh, I won't be. Oh, you talking about what they hiding while they doing all the stuff? I saw somebody said that they trying to make coming over here legally punishable by death. I saw that. Like they want to be able to put the people in the concentration camps to death. And Trump is building them concentration camps too. Remember we talked about the big red ovens in North Carolina? Or South Carolina, wherever it was, Tennessee, them big red ovens they had. And I said, y'all, remember? They was hauling them on them trucks, all them big old grills, them big red. I said, that looked like an incinerator for bodies. Like a homemade travel crematorium. All of that came right before old boy got into place. And now what is he putting together? Concentration camps. Do y'all think they moved any of that stuff out of Tennessee? You remember us talking about they're going to be able to take you, what lawyer? They don't even got to tell nobody they got you. You know they doing that to immigrants right now, right? And just sending them wherever they want to send them. Whether it's their native country or not, they're sending them there. Y'all saw that? They not even letting them be able to talk to their attorneys. They're just sending them. So if they just unalive them, we don't know what happened. They were lost in transit. We don't know which country we sent them to, and they could be dead. Guantanamo is open, right? It ain't never really closed. It just was closed to a certain group of people, and then they put some other people there, and then other people, and then other people, and then other people. It ain't never really been closed. So, now that we done talked a whole bunch about a lot of nothing at all, I'm about to go because it's already 5:30, and I just wanted to. This wasn't like some scripted thing. I just was going back and forth and looking at things and thinking about things, and it probably do seem a little scatterbrained or whatever. It's fine because it's a lot going on, and you know what else keeps coming to my mind? And it's like the third day that we think that everything, like the trumpets and the bowls and stuff, cannot be opened at the same time because of the order. But what if they're not like this? What if they're stacked like this? Not going horizontally, but vertically. Right? Because they show us it happening out like this. But we're clearly seeing that several things that are supposed to be happening when the bowls are being opened are happening when the trumpets are supposed to be loose as well. You see what I'm saying? Like when they show us it, it's like the bowls, then the trumpets. But what if it is not linear, but like stacked on top of each other? Like all of this can be, you know what I mean? Like the first bowl, the second trumpet. You know what I mean? Because they making it like it's got to be happening like this, but we're already seeing that it's not happening like going horizontal. It's not linear. It's linear, but it's seeming more like it's stacked on simultaneously. Thank you. Like it's not one or the other. It's all happening at the same time. They made it like, okay, for this long, but these things are all happening not one at a time, but they're happening stacked on top of each other. So it's not just like a bowl is being open. A bowl is being open, and at the same time, a trumpet is blowing. But how they had to give it to us. Well, no, not a domino effect. Like they're happening simultaneously. Like she said, like a bowl is being poured out, and at the same time, there's an angel blowing the trumpet. Do you see what I'm saying? And not, okay, only this can be happening now, and only this. It seems that they are all happening at the same time. Because it's not just one thing that's happening. They're all happening. But yeah, that's why I said I'm going to go think about this some more. But this has been coming to my mind like, wait a minute, it's not happening one thing and then the other thing. Several things are happening at one time. But one of them is a bowl and one of them is a trumpet. You see what I mean? But the way they show us and the way they depict it is like in this line. But it's not happening in a line. It's happening like right. That's what I'm saying. Seals opening, bowls being poured out, trumpets. All of this stuff is happening at one time. It's not like all of the bowls are opened and then all of the trumpets are blowing and then no, it's almost like one and then the other, one and then the other, like that. But all in the same like category type stuff. Not just, you know, we're gonna wait for the sun to go black, and then it's almost like it's all happening at the same time. Technically, a lot of it is. So I'm about to go. This is, I don't know what this class was about. We started out talking about crazy people, and we didn't got all the way over here. But hopefully y'all realizing that they're not telling us. But it's a lot like that. Like y'all niece says, she taking an environmental science class, and right now our environment is screwed. Well, our food and our animals and us, we depend on the environment that we're in order to thrive, do we not? So if our environment is going to hell, you said the bowls and the trumpets are in pairs, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like everything is, it ain't like the way that they've described it to us and the way that it's been portrayed. I mean, am I wrong? Didn't they make it seem like everything was just going to be one, then the other? Even if you look at the depictions and how they run it in like the timelines and whatnot, they make it like, oh, this is only going to be happening at this time, and this is only going to be happening. But it ain't happening like that. It's happening a lot different. See you later, baby. You see what I mean? The way that it was preached is, oh, this ain't gonna happen until that time, and then this, like it's only gonna be one at a time. It's not being one at a time. It's not being one at a time. It's a lot of them at a time. Several things at a time. So, I love y'all. I'm about to go. Just look into it. Just kind of look and see if you see what I'm seeing. Because it don't, I'm not going to say it don't feel right because it's what God said was going to happen. But the way that they described it to us and the way that it's been taught to me, it doesn't seem to be playing out that way. So, just look into it for yourself. You hear me? I love y'all.